The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated. Morning, Chair. Commissioners, over the next 3 days, our hearings turn to the responsibilities for natural disaster arrangements that are delegated or transferred to local governments by the states and the Northern Territory. We will also look to their coordination with each other and with other government agencies and what should be done to improve those arrangements, including with respect to resource sharing. In addition to this aspect of term of reference A of your letters patent, we will also examine terms of reference B and F as to national coordination and accountability. We will broadly divide the hearing days as follows. On day 1, we will canvass the time before a disaster and investigate issues in preparedness such as planning and risk mitigation. On day 2, we will canvass the time during a disaster and investigate issues in response, such as evacuation and relief centres. On day 3, we will canvass the time after a disaster and investigate issues in recovery, including financial assistance and clean-up. Our witnesses will be drawn from a variety of local and regional councils from across Australia, as well as the peak bodies in the sector, the local government associations. In preparing for this week, we have been assisted by general submissions from numerous local councils and community members, comments responding to an issues paper published by the Royal Commission on the 5th of June, and several responses to compulsory notices to give information. From this, we have selected a large body of written material, numbering some 6 volumes, which has been provided to you Commissioners, the parties with leave to appear, and will be tendered shortly as exhibits and made available to the public on the Commission's website. It would be impossible to hear from all local councils. The hearing has been carefully planned to draw out the issues identified through a review of the extensive material gathered by the Commission in a very short period of time. This opening address will be longer and more detailed than previous ones, approximately 30 minutes, in order to better guide parties and to assist your consideration of these issues. Local governments play an important role in the lives of Australian citizens. However, it is important to bear in mind that local governments are subordinate rather than sovereign entities in our federation. Local government is not even mentioned in the Australian Constitution, and referenda proposals in 1974 and 1988 failed to gain majority support. Only in 1979 did Victoria and Western Australia become the first states to provide constitutional recognition of local government, followed by South Australia in 1980, New South Wales in 1986, Tasmania in 1988 and Queensland in 1989. But that recognition is limited. As University of Melbourne Emeritus Professor Cheryl Saunders points out, all state constitutions guarantee a system of local government, but no state constitution guarantees any particular content for the powers of local government. In each case, the Constitution explicitly leaves it to the state legislature to prescribe the powers of local government from time to time. Commissioners, as a consequence, although in practice local government have a great deal of autonomy, they can be created, amalgamated, suspended, dismissed or abolished by the states at will. I will now proceed to sketch out the issues and themes we will address over the coming 3 days. Day 1. Commissioners, we propose to commence our inquiries with Queensland for reasons that I hope will become evident. Queensland climate, it may be said, offers an enviable lifestyle, but it is also vulnerable to extreme weather events. Queensland has had a long experience of consecutive and compounding natural disasters. Indeed, Commissioners, you may recall that in our first hearing block, the Director-General of the Drought and North Queensland Floods Response and Recovery Agency told you that Queensland is disaster central. They cop everything up there, and so they become very expert in what they need to do to engage at a local level. As we have heard so often in this Royal Commission, back in 2009 bushfires ravaged Victoria and a Royal Commission soon followed. But the next summer, in December 2010 and January 2011, large areas of Queensland suffered prolonged and intense rainfall that led to significant flooding. A disaster zone was declared in 78% of that state, with more than 2.5 million people affected. The initial estimated cost of the flooding events alone was in excess of $5 billion. A commission of inquiry soon followed. In its response to the interim report of that inquiry, the Queensland Government acknowledged the need for shared responsibility for effective disaster management, stating, "It is impractical to expect a single community, one agency or one level of government to effectively prepare for and respond to a major statewide disaster." With this in mind, first up this morning, we propose to hear from officers of the Local Government Association of Queensland. We will explore how the role of local government has evolved in Queensland, particularly in the last decade since those terrible floods. We will explore the ways in which local government arrangements and initiatives might provide a model of best practice to other local government areas around Australia. Of course, before going too far down that track, we draw your attention to a significant difference between the very large local councils in Queensland and the rest of Australia. Indeed, some states have populations significantly less than Queensland's, but twice as many councils. A thread emerging from the materials is an apparent mismatch between the community's expectations about the responsibilities and capabilities of local governments in relation to natural disasters and the reality. Part of that reality is that local government derives its income from rates and charges on resident ratepayers and grants and subsidies from the state and Commonwealth governments. During these hearings, we will hear from one of the smallest rural councils in terms of budget and staff resources, Tawong Shire Council, which was quickly overrun by the immensity of the emergency with limited staff resources in the 2019-2020 bushfires. The council recommends additional funding for those local government areas with a higher risk profile and limited capability and capacity. Their experience raises the broader question: does a one-size-fits-all model work for all councils in any statewide emergency management framework? A quick comparison between our first two panel councils further illustrates the point. Moreton Bay Regional Council and Richmond Valley Council. Moreton Bay Regional Council in South East Queensland, lying on the east coast between Brisbane City and the Sunshine Coast, is smaller in geographic terms than Richmond Valley Council in the northeast of New South Wales. Due to their locations, both have faced floods and both reported unprecedented bushfires last summer. But whereas Richmond Valley has only 23,000 people centring around Casino and the flood-prone Clarence River, Moreton Bay Regional Council covers some 460,000 people. The story of these two councils mirrors that of the many others you will consider, Commissioners. Each local government has a unique set of conditions to manage. These conditions include the local geography, local regulations and resources available based on the size and comparative wealth of their populations. As we will hear from different councils this week, these differences will be an important lens for your considerations. The Commission will also be interested in measures which draw out best practice, and Queensland is not the only jurisdiction pursuing that objective. For example, the Royal Commission has been informed by the Queanbeyan and Pellerang Regional Council that the Canberra Region Joint Organisation of Councils is drafting a disaster preparedness model, which in part will promote the preparation and publication of an LGA disaster planning, response and recovery plan, and link postings of a dashboard of current status and conditions for the community to monitor. As we look to the period before a disaster, you will hear how local governments have been given important responsibilities in managing risk. Although these responsibilities vary, they can include conducting risk assessments and emergency planning, managing land, development and assets, and providing informational services to residents to assist their preparations for emergencies. We will hear from local governments about the extent that local council plans did or did not imagine the scale of the emergency experienced in the 2019-2020 bushfires. The coordination involved with developing disaster management plans with the community, neighbouring councils and state and territory government agencies, and the challenges involved in managing risk in a way that genuinely makes a difference. Although all councils have relevant information to provide, this afternoon we will hear from Kangaroo Island Council in South Australia, East Gippsland Shire Council in Victoria, and Eurobodalla Shire Council in New South Wales. The evidence exposes a number of issues, we anticipate, concerning risk mitigation. Many call for identification and investigation of ways to reduce the vulnerability of communities which have only one way out. This is a persistent issue identified in the submissions and responses of coastal communities. Commissioners, you will recall Mallacoota P12 Principal Tim Cashmore describing how his town in East Gippsland, Victoria, is located at the end of a windy road. There's hardly a straight stretch of road, he said. And with only one road in and one road out, its blockage due to the raging bushfires left some 4,000 people trapped over the New Year's Eve period. Eurobodalla Shire Council, which centres around Bateman's Bay on the New South Wales south coast east of Canberra, reports that critical roads were compromised by the bushfires and highlights the coordination and sharing of resources that were needed in order to reopen and clear routes along the Kings Highway. But this issue is not limited to coastal communities. Blue Mountain City Council west of Sydney has expressed its concern about the apparent absence of any policy or statutory requirement in New South Wales that compels or allows for the identification and assessment of emergency access routes. A number of councils seek improved risk information, especially vulnerability information. The submissions and responses emphasise that risk information is crucial to informing land use planning, land management and other regimes that help mitigate risk. Richmond Valley Council in New South Wales suggests that there should be coordinated catchment-based approaches to flood modelling, which local government does not have the resources to coordinate on that scale. East Gippsland Council in Victoria notes bushfire risk is required by Victorian law to be considered in land use planning and development. But the Council notes that landscape scale risk assessments are resource intensive and hard to evaluate, and submits that a standard landscape scale risk assessment would provide greater certainty, consistency and strategic approach to future development approvals. Southern Downs Regional Council in Queensland says that a lack of contemporary and consistent data on biodiversity conditions on the local, regional, state and national scale confounds effective planning to prepare for and mitigate impacts to areas of high conservation value. The Regional Council also contends that mapping of fire breaks needs to be improved and contemporised. Coordination of data held by different agencies needs to be centralised and shared. A role for better risk data and standardisation is also advocated by Kangaroo Island Council in South Australia. Legislative settings are noted as a barrier to some mitigation activities, and there are calls to review and or improve land use planning, building, land management regimes and guidance. Kangaroo Island Council, as well as Corangamite Shire Council in Victoria, notes legislative barriers to roadside vegetation management. Eurobodalla Shire Council recommends that environmental legislative barriers to mitigation be relaxed. And Shoalhaven City Council suggests that hazard reduction activities be exempt from environmental protections. Blue Mountains Council west of Sydney recommends a significant review of land use planning policy and standards in New South Wales. And Kempsey Shire Council on the Macleay Valley coast of New South Wales urges a review of the appropriate balance of planning controls across the state to provide for the ability to live in rural and regional areas in safety, whilst not making it cost prohibitive for people to live in the bush. Richmond Valley Council, also in New South Wales, submits that land management practices in national parks, state forests, Crown land and on private properties must improve to reduce fuel loads in order to prevent another fire of this magnitude. And East Gippsland Council, which covers fire-devastated towns such as Orbost and Mallacoota in Victoria, suggests that agreed standards for mitigation should be developed for roadside vegetation management and other mitigation, including at the household level. Commissioners, resource constraints are a common concern of councils, and there are calls for additional investments in mitigation. The issue of capability and resourcing has drawn the attention of the State of Victoria, Commissioners, which has been running a statewide program to evaluate the capability and capacity of local governments in emergency management. The peak body Rural Councils Victoria points out that the Victorian report published in December 2019 identified a varying level of preparedness across councils in terms of their emergency management policies and procedures, and highlighted the problems subsequently encountered during the 2020 bushfire season by the less well-resourced rural councils in particular in meeting emergency management obligations under the existing framework. Local councils report they generally do not have the resources to monitor compliance. In Queensland, Moreton Bay Regional Council contends that few local governments have the financial capacity to institute an ongoing proactive compliance inspection program. In New South Wales, Blue Mountains Council reports that the council does not presently have the resources to initiate an inspection program to verify compliance. And Eurobodalla Shire Council says that it does not have the capacity to audit compliance with land use planning and building standards. And as for inspections of bushfire hazard risk on private land, compliance and enforcement and the responsibility of local government is jurisdiction dependent. Richmond Valley Council says the council does not have a role in bushfire hazard reduction on private land. Kangaroo Island Council, on the other hand, has fire prevention officers that assess the extent of bushfire hazards, provide advice to landholders on bushfire prevention and preparedness, and inspect private land and issue notices ordering that properties be made safe. Finally, it is important to emphasise that natural hazard maps and other risk information are also important information for the public. In a submission to the Royal Commission, the Financial Rights Legal Centre argues consumers currently have limited access to natural hazard data in easily digestible formats and very little motivation to seek it out and use it. Consumers do not have the information that a local government or their insurer has to take appropriate steps to mitigate the natural hazard risks to which they are exposed. East Gippsland Council considers that homeowners are not well informed of their risks and responsibilities for managing risk. They suggest that bushfire attack level information and other key risk information be better disclosed to applicants and future landowners at the point of sale. Commissioners, most councils report making some risk information publicly available, such as on their websites. Some, such as Kangaroo Island Council, communicate risk and risk management information via rate notice letters to residents. Day two. On day two, we turn to the challenges facing local governments and communities during a natural disaster. We will hear from local governments about evacuations within communities, their role in establishing and operating evacuation centres, the efforts by councils to coordinate with other local governments and emergency services during the bushfire response, the work of the Australian Defence Force in assisting councils during the bushfires, and frustrations of local government with some of the messages to the public about bushfires. On day two, we will hear directly from Tawong Shire Council in Victoria, Adelaide Hills Council in South Australia, Sunshine Coast Council from Queensland, City of Swan Council in WA, and Clarence Valley Council, Snowy Valleys Council, Snowy Monaro Regional Council, and Kempsey Council in New South Wales. The submissions you have received about the experience of communities who faced the 2020 bushfires will also give you, Commissioners, greater context to these challenges. You will recall submissions from the community and their stories of families and communities leaving their homes to evacuate bushfire-affected areas, their experiences at evacuation centres, the work of volunteers and local organisations in these centres to provide for those in need, and the support and assistance from the Australian Defence Force. This week we will hear evidence from local governments about the impact of the 2019-2020 bushfires on key public infrastructure, including power, water, telecommunications and access roads, and the difficulties that disruption caused both during the response to the bushfires and in recovery. Those themes have emerged consistently in submissions and information from councils and submissions from community members. And we will pursue that issue again in this week's hearings and again in incoming hearings. The Tawong Shire Council on the Murray River on the New South Wales-Victorian border has also argued that consistency and predictability in accessing information and services are critical for cross-border communities. The challenges confronting cross-border communities will be a particular focus of this and our subsequent hearings. There are consistent reports across the nation of road closures or gridlocks impacting response, including the ability of people to evacuate. These include the potential risk of traffic gridlock to life and property. Those are particularly worrying. Wallandilly Shire Council in New South Wales, who we will hear from on day 3, reports that an evacuation alert on 19 December 2019 caused thousands of people to try to evacuate at once, leading to a 15-kilometre traffic jam from Bargo to Picton. An entire road network became gridlocked, with cars at a standstill and running out of petrol. Fires later went through that area, and fortunately their cars had been cleared just in time, avoiding significant loss of life. Commissioners, you will also hear from Snowy Valleys Council in a panel with its neighbouring councils, Towong Shire Council and Snowy Monaro Council. Snowy Valleys Council on the southwest slopes of the Riverina in New South Wales experienced the Duns Road fire and the Green Valley fire, which joined to create one mega fire, which burnt through the equivalent of 45% of that local government area. During the fire, the transport network was severely impacted, with road closures along the State Snowy Mountains Highway, regional arterial roads through Batlow and Jingellic, and numerous local roads. The Council calls for the state and federal government to recognise the importance of the transport network and initiate a program of roadside vegetation management to ensure that these vital links are not restricted or hampered due to burning and falling trees in a fire event in the future. Clarence Valley Council in northern New South Wales reported that road closures due to loss of bridges caused major economic impacts, which were exacerbated when the flood rains in January and February washed the temporary side tracks away. In addition, the highway was closed for over 2 months, impacting tourism and transport to the coast from the New England northwest. And the Shire of Dundas in Western Australia reports that the Air Highway, a national transportation route, was closed for 3 weeks from January to February 2020, effectively cutting WA off from the eastern states. It also reports that the town of Norseman was isolated for 12 days. Evacuation itself can be a traumatising experience. Many community members have told the Commission of their thanks and praise for the evacuation centres, such as those in the New South Wales coastal towns of Eden and Bermagui. However, despite these positive reviews, a theme emerging in the evidence is a concern that evacuation centre facilities need to be improved and better equipped, including for vulnerable persons. Noosa Shire Council in particular raised a concern that there is no overarching authority or national standard requiring aged care facilities to have adequate and up-to-date evacuation plans in place. Many rural councils in coastal areas of New South Wales, such as Clarence Valley Council and Nambucca Valley Council to the south, report that emergency planning did not take account of the different needs of rural residents at evacuation centres, with people evacuating with animals, including large animals like horses. The lesson here, they say, is that any evacuation needs to cater for people and their animals, big and small. East Gippsland Shire Council reported difficulties in finding buildings that would comply with safety requirements for designation as a neighbourhood safer place. Kangaroo Island Council has raised a need for evacuation centres and facilities to be planned and communicated better, with processes put in place to meet community expectations in the future. Shoalhaven City Council suggests that technology could be used to identify who needs to evacuate, where to go, which route to take and what resources to take. And Sunshine Coast Council has identified issues with support, venues, catering, rostering, media and volunteers and donations in evacuation centres. To assist the Commission and other councils, Sunshine Coast Council has also provided copies of its evacuation subplan, its evacuation centre management subplan, its disaster recovery plan and its register of evacuation centres and places of refuge. These will be tendered and published as exhibits on the website. A further theme emerging has been community confusion about evacuation messaging and evacuation centre terminology. Lithgow City Council saw a need for standardisation of information disseminated to communities, although noting that New South Wales state messaging was consistent and thus may not need additional Commonwealth intervention. Kangaroo Island Council reports that the community was confused early on as to where evacuees were meant to move to when evacuated. Classification of safer places and last resort were not clearly understood, nor at times did emergency service workers understand the difference. The Council suggests that there should be national descriptions of safe zones and evacuation centres and standardised international signage for these zones. They also say that the Commonwealth should step in and invest in the design and fit out of local identified community facilities to better meet the needs of evacuees in the future. Shoalhaven City Council recommends greater nationwide education on evacuation centres. Another border council, the Snowy Monaro Regional Council, reported difficulties in dealing with emergencies that straddle borders and suggests nationally consistent language for communicating with the community and a single platform to host emergency activity used by all Commonwealth and all state agencies. A need for earlier notification of the arrival of ADF assistance and clearer directions on their tasking procedures also emerges from some submissions. Finally, on day 2, we also expect to explore evidence as to resource sharing between neighbouring councils within a particular state, but an absence of formal resource sharing arrangements between councils across state boundaries. Indigo Shire Council expressed the dilemma of its desire to support neighbouring shires of Tawong and Albury. Tawong Shire Council will tell us of its makeshift arrangements by which it received support from neighbouring councils and metropolitan councils. On day 3, we turn then to a consideration of the central role local governments play in the provision of recovery services and assistance and building more resilient communities. As they remind us, recovery is a marathon and not a sprint. We have been grateful for the time and effort that the staff of these organisations have put into submissions and responding to requests for information, given they are still assisting communities with recovery from the recent fires while also dealing with the impacts of COVID-19. On day 3, we will hear from local governments about their role in supporting community recovery and the importance of locally led recovery, the plans and structures they establish and the delivery of services, including through recovery centres, the barriers, the delays and complexity and funding arrangements that they have identified as needing to be addressed ahead of next season, challenges to obtaining funding to build back better to mitigate the effects of future natural disasters, and their frustrations due to delays or processes involved in the clean-up of properties after bushfires. We will hear from Bega Valley Shire Council, Wallandilly Shire Council and Shoalhaven City Council in New South Wales, Indigo Shire Council and again from Tawong Shire Council in Victoria, Southern Downs Regional Council in Queensland and the City of Dundas in WA. We'll also hear from Local Government New South Wales, the Municipal Association of Victoria and also from the Local Government Association of South Australia, which has prepared a detailed disaster recovery guide for councils. This South Australian guide acknowledges that planning for recovery can be a complex and demanding process. Unfortunately, recovery planning can be seen as a low priority compared to more pressing or immediate issues. This is often the case for locations with low risk profiles or that have not been impacted by events for some time. However, pre-planning is critical to successful recovery. The Commission received many submissions from the community about the experience of individuals, families and communities on their experiences of recovery from the 2020 bushfires. The Commission has received submissions about the kindness, the care and the depth of support to help bushfire-affected communities in their most difficult times. People feeling overwhelmed and frustrated in how recovery assistance is provided to them, having to tell their story over and over, and confusion over complicated eligibility and application processes. Some councils have also reported that older homes built before introduction of bushfire standards were more vulnerable to damage and destruction. And of course, many have proven to include hazardous materials such as asbestos, whose removal has added complexity and, for some, fear to the disaster recovery process. In information provided to the Commission through submissions and responses to compulsory notices, local governments have deliberated about the roles that the Commonwealth should play before, during and after natural disasters. Although local government is a legislative creation of the states, Section 96 of the Australian Constitution has been liberally interpreted as permitting the Commonwealth to indirectly fund aspects of local government via the state authorities. Commissioners, you have already heard in our first hearing block about the Disaster Recovery Funding Arrangements, or the DRFA, and we will return to those arrangements again during this hearing week. Some submissions suggest the Commonwealth Government's role should remain limited to a narrow role of providing financial assistance after a natural disaster. Others welcomed the in-kind assistance the Commonwealth Government provided and suggested that arrangements involving the Australian Defence Force be strengthened. Many do see an opportunity for better coordination and consistency, particularly across borders, and for standardised arrangements such as processes and documents. Some councils called for better recovery coordination with an emphasis, again, on locally led recovery. In New South Wales, Bega Shire Council, who we'll hear from in this context, identified limited coordination between government agencies across state borders and suggest a standard local recovery plan template linked to broader regional plans should be developed, which includes cross-border areas. Sharing of recovery information between local government areas in a region they say could be streamlined and improved. Nearby Eurobodalla Shire Council noted the positive appointment of a regional recovery coordinator, whilst calling for clear avenues with appropriate privacy safeguards for information sharing between government agencies during emergency and recovery. Kempsey Shire Council reports that the data available to assist the recovery effort was patchy, inaccurate, and in some instances many gaps were found. There is a need to vastly improve the data and its veracity to assist in the recovery efforts. City of Swan Council in WA sees a need to standardise and digitise preparation, response and recovery documents to improve accessibility. Indeed, Noosa Shire Council in Queensland goes further and suggests a national standard for disaster preparation, response and recovery, which would hopefully align standards at all levels of government and drive consistency. Lack of timely access to collected personal data was also a concern for Shoalhaven City Council, as was data sharing for Nambucca Valley Council. Snowy Monaro Regional Council also reported that the extent and timing of the fires led to some areas being in recovery phase, while other areas were still preparing for the fire impact. This created problems as there was no focus on recovery, with a desire to wait until all fire activity had ceased before focusing on recovery. There are concerns expressed about clean-up coordination and timing as being a facet that needs to be improved and which should operate, it is said, on an opt-out basis. In South Australia, Kangaroo Island Council reports delays caused by ascertaining the best way to deal with waste, including asbestos, and who would pay for the clean-up. Adelaide Hills Council, like many others, reports that the cost was the biggest challenge of the clean-up. It is said that the state-federal joint-funded program to clear burnt residential assets was a welcome initiative. Clean-up coordination and timing has been a significant issue for New South Wales councils. Bega Shire Council says there is a need for better waste management, including of building materials, green waste and asbestos, and to coordinate clean-up approach across land management agencies. Lithgow City Council reports that the clean-up of private properties has been slow, communication has been poor. Nearby Blue Mountains City Council also reports that assessing sites has been lengthy, including rehazardous materials, and the communication has also been difficult given limited personnel. Both Shoalhaven City Council and Snowy Monaro Regional Council say clean-up should be opt-out rather than opt-in so as to reduce delays. Shoalhaven calls for an independent review process to be available to affected persons who have been denied clean-up services because their property has been designated by the relevant contractor as out of scope. Snowy Monaro notes that residents in remote areas with a loss of communications had difficulty in accessing clean-up support. And Eurobodalla Shire Council calls for all three levels of government to plan in advance clean-ups for disaster. Greater clarity appears also to be needed around arrangements for financial assistance and faster processing times. Wallandilly Shire Council says processes for funding reimbursements are often complex and lengthy. The completion of forms and paperwork are complex, and there is limited to non-existent training and assistance in this process. East Gippsland Shire Council says there is a lack of clarity about the operation of the financial assistance programs, meaning the system is not very agile. Bega Shire Council pointed to the multiple funding sources for response and recovery, which adds complexity to managing claims and clearly identifying the funding gaps. Shoalhaven City Council says delays and confusion over grant guidelines need to be addressed. Alpine Shire Council sees a need for a more streamlined process for escalation of requests and faster approval times in complex situations. Snowy Monaro Regional Council says the amount of work required to support claims is significant and suggests the reduction of duplication through account processing and authorisation at a local level. Both Kangaroo Island Council in South Australia and Lithgow City Council in New South Wales have also found inefficiencies in the current system. Lithgow notes that applying for multiple grant programs has added administrative burden and that some financial assistance programs have been ad hoc or reactive rather than having a standard set of programs available from the beginning of the bushfire emergency. Kangaroo Island Council says reporting and accounting obligations are onerous on councils and delay the delivery of funding to the community. Adelaide Hills Council reports that council must rely on the willingness of state governments to fund projects to the 50% threshold in order to access federal funding, and asks the Royal Commission to consider direct engagement between MBRA and local councils. Kangaroo Island Council also suggests a direct avenue for funding between Commonwealth and local municipalities for immediate recovery efforts and suggests the creation of a national and state fund that is available to access immediately following a disaster to fund the repair and replacement of community assets or temporary housing. Many councils call for infrastructure to be eligible financial assistance to be expanded, and for that to be expanded, especially for community infrastructure and betterment projects. It has been said that betterment funding is a relatively small additional investment that will save millions of dollars in years to come by ensuring that infrastructure is rebuilt to withstand the new climate reality. Snowy Monaro Regional Council says funding for resilience building is inconsistent and insufficient. Shoalhaven City Council says the like-for-like policy needs to be reviewed as rebuilds need improved fire resilience. Adelaide Hills Council says that financial assistance doesn't cover restoration or rebuild of community infrastructure. To similar effect, East Gippsland Shire Council identifies as a significant issue not being able to easily restore community infrastructure. Whilst this is critical to community functioning, it is currently not considered essential for the purposes of the DRFA. Similarly, funding provided in respect of roads is to restore roads to their pre-event condition. There is no funding under the DRFA for betterment of such assets to reduce the risk to communities associated with future bushfire events. And we will return our attention on day 3 to Western Australia. We will hear from the local government authority where these interstate road closures occurred, the Shire of Dundas, and hear how, despite these closures, it did not qualify for any financial assistance to support the recovery of its community or to support planning and preparation for future emergency events. Commissioners, we will finish our hearings by again looking towards the overarching issue of national coordination and accountability arrangements. We will examine in particular the role of the Australian Local Government Association, the peak body for the Federation of Local Government Associations across Australia. We will consider how it has participated in national consultation and decision-making concerning recent natural disasters, and what role there should be for local government in national decision-making processes in the future. Commissioners, our first witnesses today, as I mentioned, are from the Local Government Association of Queensland. I'm informed that we have restored their internet connection to us at a level of quality that is satisfactory for the Commission's purposes. What I would propose to do is to tender the material behind bundle 10.39, which is the Local Government Association of Queensland's response to our notices to give, a copy of their submission from April, and 3 additional attachments. So that's items 10.39.1 through to 10.39.5.
So we'll take those documents as exhibits as marked. Thank you.
Just excuse me one moment. Commissioners, I might indicate that that extended opening will be published on the Commission's website this morning and available for parties and other interested people. I call Glenn Beckett, Mike Lolbach and Doreen Erhardt.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
If I might take you in turn. Mr. Lolbach, will you take an oath or affirmation?
I'll take an oath, please.
Mr. Lolbach, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Beckett, will you take an oath or affirmation?
Affirmation, please.
Mr. Beckett, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Ms. Erhardt, will you take an oath or affirmation?
Affirmation, please.
Ms. Erhardt, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Mr. Beckett, I might start with you if that's convenient. You're the General Manager Assist for the Local Government Association of Queensland.
That is correct.
Could you just tell us, tell the Commissioners about the history of the association, its roles and functions?
Thank you, good morning, Council. Good morning, Commissioners. The Local Government Association of Queensland is the peak body representing Queensland's 77 councils. We've been in existence for 124 years. We do three things for Queensland councils, that is to act as their advocacy body, their voice, to provide daily support and to provide a range of services and support at scale to assist them with their responsibilities in delivering for their local communities.
If I could go to LGC 500 001 0003 operator. You've just said, Mr. Beckett, about the advocacy role and the information sharing role that LGAQ has. I just want to raise with you the fourth paragraph down, have that blown up operator. You set out there, or it's set out there in your submission or response to the Royal Commission, that LGAQ also represents Queensland local governments on a number of defined committees and groups, including quite a number of those. I wanted to ask you, in relation to the Queensland Disaster Management Committee and the State Disaster Coordination Group, in which your LGAQ is listed as a standing attendee, could you give some indication to the Commissioners, as I understand it, these are the peak bodies within disaster management bodies within the Queensland structure?
That's correct, Council. The association, as a representative of our 77 members, has been invited to participate at the highest level of disaster management planning within the state. Our top level group is the Queensland Disaster Management Committee, the QDMC. That is an executive level committee chaired by the Queensland Premier and consists of a number of senior representatives from the emergency services, as well as a number of ministers and departments represented as well. Whilst the LGAQ itself does not have a legislative or regulatory responsibility in disaster management, the fact that we have a standing invitation to participate on that committee, I suppose, is a good example of the work that we do on behalf of our councils to be represented at that table. The State Disaster Coordination Group, the SDCG, is sort of the operational arm of that committee. They activate at the times of natural disaster and also throughout non-events or outside of events to ensure that the system and the processes that support disaster management in Queensland run smoothly.
And if I could just take you down to the third bottom dot point, the Queensland State Disaster Coordination Centre and the COVID-19 Operational Response Group. Could you just explain to the Commissioners the role of LGAQ in that regard?
Again, Council, the LGAQ as that representative body sits on a large number of groups, as you can see in that list of dot points. In this particular group here, again, our responsibility is to act as that agent, I suppose, in between the state systems and our member councils. And in relation to the COVID-19 activities, which are the most recent activities, we've maintained a daily presence in at the State Disaster Coordination Centre, essentially having a full-time commitment to ensure that Queensland councils have access, I suppose, to the best connections into that state disaster system, essentially local government's representative within that operating model.
You've identified the way in which local councils and through you, LGAQ participates in these senior levels of management and decision making and coordination in Queensland. The question I have is, do you feed it up? How does LGAQ connect into national decision making in circumstances of national disasters, or at least cross-border disasters?
Yeah, thanks, Council. I suppose one of the strengths of the disaster management system in Queensland is this, foundational principle of locally led response. Under our model in Queensland, local governments play quite a significant role in the disaster management activities across the whole spectrum from preparedness through to response and recovery. And the system itself essentially rolls up from that local level to districts, from district to the state, and ultimately from state to national and international if an event was ever of that scale. The model, I suppose, suggests that disasters are best coordinated at the local level. When those resources and capacity at the local level are exceeded, then the district gets involved. Similarly, when the district's capability is exceeded is when the state gets involved. And when the state's capacity gets exceeded, then it starts escalating up to those higher levels. Because we sit at those highest levels of the disaster management system in Queensland, we have that ability to ensure that that locally relevant insight is finding its way through those pathways from district to state to national if needed, and we act as a facilitator in that exercise with all the agencies participating in that process.
I might just turn perhaps to Michael Olbach about the role of LGAQ in providing councils with assistance in risk and disaster management. Mr Olbach, as I understand it, you're a former New South Wales Commission police officer and you've been a local disaster coordinator for the past 15 years and you're LGAQ's lead on disaster management. Let us take those matters in turn. Where does disaster management sit within LGAQ and what is your role? When we spoke with you last week, you were sitting in the State Control Centre, so if perhaps you could explain to the Commissioners how that all fits together.
Yeah, certainly. I'll take that first question. Sitting in the State Control Centre last week, which is where I have been based, as Glenn Beckett spoke to earlier, we've had a response in the State Centre for the COVID-19 responses for the last 6 to 8 weeks, and I've been working there on a daily basis, acting as the conduit between the state, the State Health Emergency Coordination Centre and the relevant local governments, particularly in issues such as the restrictions that were put in place, and now as they're starting to unfold, some of those relaxations. A lot of the work has been based on working with the state to better interpret some of those, the nuances of some of the decisions made and how they might apply at the local government level.
Just speaking for a moment in your personal capacity, how have arrangements changed over the past 15 years in which you worked as a local disaster coordinator with Queensland local government to where we are now?
Important here to draw reference to the 2012 Flood Commission of Inquiry in Queensland and the major impact that had on the sector in terms of the realisation of major events across multiple local governments and the need to be able to better coordinate resources across the state at state government level, particularly across the emergency services, but also at the local government level. And again, harkening back to what Glenn Beckett said earlier, under our legislation in Queensland, Section 4A of the Disaster Management Act establishes that councils have a primary responsibility when it comes to each phase of disaster, being preparedness, prevention, response and recovery. The 2012 Commission of Inquiry was a major event in terms of rethinking the state operations, and a number of organisations such as Queensland Fire and Emergency Services was formed as a result. A number of reviews across the state in terms of planning, and the inception of the Office of the Inspector General for Emergency Management, who has a responsibility in oversighting and reviewing the plans completed at both a district level, which is an area, a level that is coordinated through Queensland Police, and the local level, which falls to the local governments.
Just mentioning the Inspector General for Emergency Management, I note on the list of committees and groups that LGAQ participates in, you listed membership of the advisory panel for the IGEM. Just on that point, what does that role involve, and how has that shaped the work of the IGEM?
Yeah, certainly I've been working at IGEM, both at LGAQ and prior to that, when IGEM was first established following the Flooding Royal Commission, they set about the creation of an emergency assurance framework in which they engaged with state and local governments across Queensland to be able to put that assurance framework together. As late as, and I'm sorry, anecdotally, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, we had our last IGEM advisory panel meeting where we talked about a number of different issues shaping the future of IGEM. My argument would be here quite readily that IGEM is a very open organisation in inviting comment across the state and from local government sector, and certainly my role from LGAQ is to work with the local governments to ensure that we can give IGEM the necessary answers or issues that might arise when they are formulating their strategies.
In relation to, just before I pass from the two other matters I wanted to raise with you, I understand, as you've said, that LGAQ has a permanent workspace in the State Disaster Coordination Centre. Is that unique to Australia?
I believe so. I think that was an initiative of the former Commissioner of Queensland Fire and Emergency Services, now Police Commissioner in Queensland, Katarina Carroll, who saw an opportunity of bringing the tiers of responsibility under the Queensland disaster management arrangements together so that we could deal with issues before they became problems. And that has been a situation that the current Commissioner has embraced and re-extended the invitation to us to fill that position within the State Disaster Centre.
Now, before I pass from you, Mr. Lolbach, you're currently a doctoral candidate in community safety and disaster management. What's that doctoral work focused on, and how might that assist in informing the Commission in its work?
Yes, I'm a candidate at Charles Sturt University in the Professional Doctor for Emergency Management, focusing on the 2012 Flood Commission of Inquiry, and more specifically 27 recommendations that, whilst it's unknown whether they were realised or not, are not as obvious as perhaps some of the more mechanical recommendations, basically qualitative matters relating to planning, community engagement and working with local communities. And that's where my research is currently heading. At the moment, I'm reviewing the state's 77 local disaster management plan.
Right, I might just ask you now, I'm not sure who to put this question to. It might be you, Mr. Lolbach, might be you, Mr. Beckett, and I am coming to you, Ms. Erhardt, about resource sharing. If we can go to LGC 500 001 0005. And just the third and fourth paragraphs on that page. Just the third and fourth, the top two, thanks. What we have here is reference to across Queensland, local governments have defined memoranda of understanding with neighbouring councils or councils within their region for the sharing of staff and equipment during disaster response should it be needed or required. Where multiple councils might be affected, this is coordinated through the C2C system at LGAQ. And during the 2018 bushfires in Gladstone, LGAQ coordinated the deployment of experienced disaster managers from South East Queensland to the Gladstone Local Disaster Coordination Centre. And during the 2019 monsoon event in Queensland, LGAQ coordinated the C2C program in the provision of additional staff from South East Queensland to work at the Townsville Local Disaster Coordination Centre. First of my questions is, could one of you explain to the Commissioners what the C2C system is?
C2C stands for council to council sharing.
And what does it involve as a system? And when was it initiated, and what does it involve as a system?
It was initiated during the 2011 floods in Brisbane, and it was mentioned by Justice Holmes in her final report on the during the Royal Commission, the Commission of Inquiry. The C2 system basically was a system that allowed for the sharing of resources between councils. Now, in the comments before you on the screen, we talk about the fact that most local governments have relationships within their own regions with neighbouring councils for the sharing of resources should they be required. The reason that we specifically mentioned the bushfires in Gladstone during 2018 and the monsoons were that we had entire regions that were affected so readily by the fires and the monsoon that the sharing at that local level was curtailed because of the needs of individual councils. The C2C system that we applied, particularly, and I'll draw reference to the monsoon event, allowed for councils in unaffected areas or non-affected areas, such as the southeast corner of the state and along the coastal strip of Queensland, to be able to provide expert advice both in the immediate response to the disaster by placing experienced disaster managers, for instance, into the Gladstone Local Disaster Coordination Centre during the fires, and at the end of the monsoon event by sending disaster management practitioners, administrative staff and environmental health staff to areas particularly around the central parts of Queensland that were so heavily affected by that monsoon event.
Those local disaster coordination centres that are mentioned there, Gladstone and Townsville, are those permanent sites?
A local disaster coordination centre, certainly at Townsville, is a permanent state-of-the-art site. I believe, and I will stand corrected here, I believe that the Gladstone site is one that is established as needs require, as happens with a lot of local government.
I might turn now to the question of building resilience in the face of the changing global climate. Doreen Erhardt, you're the lead climate change in the Great Barrier Reef with the LGAQ for nearly 11 years. I want to take you note in your submission that you've been involved in the development and design of a number of programs, including the Q Coast 2100, or might be 2100 program, the Queensland Climate Resilient Councils Project, the Coastal Councils Adaptation Task Force, and the Queensland Fire and Biodiversity Consortium. What I want to ask about in particular is the Q Coast 100 program. If we could go to LGC 500 001 0008, and under paragraph A, the objectives of the program. If you could just summarise for the Commissioners what this is a program, and as I understand it is unique to Australia, or perhaps is something that is being developed and mimicked by others, and you could identify that for the Commissioners.
Oh, thank you. My understanding is this is a program that at the time it was developed was unique to Australia. It was specifically designed to assist our local governments to better understand the implications of sea level rise and how that was going to impact hazards occurring along the coast. The reason that we focused on coastal hazards specifically in relation to climate change was the the large population base that we have on the coastline and the level of hazards that was going to present in terms of loss of assets, loss of productivity and loss of significant natural values. We designed the program to allow the work to occur on a local government area-wide basis and to be holistic in terms of understanding the implications not just to disaster management but also to land use planning, to infrastructure management, asset management, community planning and so on. That is because those hazards, if they impact, say for example, land use planning or community resilience, also impact the ability of the community to be able to respond to a disaster and recover from a disaster moving forward. It was designed to be, in terms of the program funding, it was designed to be accessible by all coastal local governments, regardless of their capability or their available resourcing.
One part of the strategy is, or one part of the program I understand, or associated to that program, is the Coastal Hazard Adaptation Strategy. What is that adaptation strategy and how is that linked to emergency planning and disaster management?
Thank you, Council. The strategy is the culminating piece of work of a series of activities that may be undertaken under the program, including community engagement, risk assessment, response development and cost-benefit analysis of prioritisation of responses. All of that is to be captured in the Coastal Hazard Adaptation Strategy, which then allows the Council to apply the responses council-wide.
All right, if I could just now go back to the panel as a whole, I'm not sure who's the most appropriate person to respond. I want to raise an associated question of the insurance of council assets and community infrastructure and its exposure to natural disaster risk. As I understand it, LGAQ is the trustee of the Local Government Mutual Services, which incorporates 3 self-insurance schemes of local government in Queensland: LGM Liability, LGM Assets and LGW Work Care. I think perhaps Mr. Beckett, you might be the one to go to first. Is this unique to Queensland, and B, is it as I understand it, a mechanism by which to aggregate the ability of different councils in Queensland to manage their risk more effectively?
Yes, thanks, Councillor. Glenn Beckett will respond. Yes, that is correct. The schemes themselves are somewhat unique. However, every state jurisdiction in the nation, to my understanding, has similar schemes. However, each individual state arrangements tend to be just a little bit different. But it's not unusual for local governments as a collective to come together on a foundational commercial basis to look at how they best manage their risk through the establishment of insurance schemes. For clarification, the LGAQ acts as the trustee for these schemes on behalf of our members. They have been in existence for different levels of time. However, the Queensland experience is that our foundational insurance programs have over about 25 years of history. The most recent acquisition was the local government assets arrangements, which is only a couple of years old. But broadly speaking, the schemes exist to benefit the sector. It means that councils as a single cohort can join their risk together, and local governments in Queensland have an excellent track record through the application of broader risk management strategies to actually implement risk management at the local council level, which in turn has meant that risks are well managed within the sector, which means that the ability to secure insurance and to acquire that assurance at a cost-effective level becomes easier over time.
Relatedly, I want to now go to some of the recommendations that LGAQ makes in its submission. There are three I want to raise with you, and then I want to invite the commissioners as to any questions they may have in relation to all that we've addressed this morning. The first is that you speak to there being a need for greater focus on betterment funding. If you could just identify how what betterment is, and particularly in the Queensland context, and then what is that recommendation directed to?
Council, Glenn again. Betterment is the term used for the reconstruction of an asset to a higher standard after it has been destroyed, essentially by a disaster. The arrangements that exist at the federal level under NPA allow for the, reconstruction of damaged community infrastructure. However, I suppose there'd be many people that would suggest it's folly to rebuild an asset to potentially a standard that may have passed, many, many years ago. As you can imagine, local government assets and community assets exist for a very long period of time. Think bridges, think facilities. And obviously at the time that they are built, they meet a certain standard, but as time goes on, those standards do change. A good basic example is in a regional area, imagine a timber bridge across a culvert. If a bushfire was to come through and burn that timber bridge to the ground, would you replace it with another timber bridge, or would it be more prudent to perhaps replace that with some sort of concrete structure that would survive the next bushfire? So betterment is essentially the term used towards restoring an asset to a higher standard.
The other matter you raise is the streamlining of the DRFA system. Could you speak to that or explain that to the commissioners, the concern that is there?
Yes, thanks, Councillor. Mike Bolbeck. The DRFA system, which was somewhat modified from the old NBRRA system, has shown some definite improvement, but it is still a very complex and difficult system to both navigate and to provide for. Following a disaster event, it's quite clear that the levels of financial inputs that are required to get a local government back to operating correctly within its community can be quite complex. I believe that, and certainly in our submission, what we put to you is that complexity is maximised by a very complex system of application, and as Glenn Beckett has just mentioned, particularly in the areas of the build back to like and build back better, where we would argue very strongly that building back to betterment is in fact a level of mitigation all by itself to future events.
And the third matter is an easier access to DAC requests upon application by a local district management committee for assistance to volunteer emergency services in the immediate aftermath of an event. Could you just speak to that recommendation?
Look, Mike Bolbeck again, Council, the difficulty that arises after an event is the DAC requests or requests for the assistance of Australian Armed Forces, again, stands as incredibly complex. 2019, during the monsoon event in a garrison town, I will call it, such as Townsville, it became quite easy to have those lower level requests made. But that same assistance is not necessarily afforded outside of those local areas. Whilst it's important that we recognise that we have some very strong volunteer emergency services organisations in Queensland, such as the Queensland Rural Fires and the State Emergency Services, augmenting or getting assistance to augment those services made simpler would simply mean that they would be better utilised and probably called on more readily during an event and in the immediate aftermath of it.
Commissioners, that might be an appropriate time to invite any questions.
Okay, I have a couple. I wouldn't mind just in their submission, they talked about the importance that was played up until 2014, the Australian Emergency Management Institute. I'm just wondering if you'd like to elaborate a little bit on that. and the benefits of it. And I'm interested whether back in the day when that was running, did states provide some funding towards that, or was it just all Commonwealth funding that the states leveraged off? And if you would look for something that in the future, how would you try and take what it provided into a future model, please?
Commissioner Mike Lolbeck, I'll take that question if you don't mind. I might disclose here that firstly I am a graduate of the Australian Emergency Management Institute, having completed the advanced diploma.
An esteemed graduate, I have no doubt.
But more importantly was a contracted facilitator of various courses down there towards the end of the Mount Macedon experience, I'll call it for want of a better term. So I might just make that very clear.
No, that's good because that puts you in the perfect place to be able to answer the question from first-hand knowledge. Appreciate that.
Perfectly but unenviable, I would say. I would suggest to you that as has been put in our submission, that I believe that as the Commonwealth is seeking better ways to provide to the states and the local governments, sometimes looking backwards is a good way of looking forward. Whilst I would be the first to agree that the Mount Macedon facility, etc., probably did need to be revisited in terms of modern education practices and everything else, one of the things that was emerging towards the end of the running of the Australian Emergency Management Institute was that there was going to be a shift towards a more virtual learning experience back to Canberra as a central area of operations. The closure of the institute itself is not the issue at hand. It is the withdrawal of the delivery of vet-related programs to the emergency management sector across the state. My own personal experience has been that as a result of having been both a facilitator and a student within the institute, my capacity to draw on the knowledge across the country was maximised beyond what it normally would be. I had the ability of speaking to and hearing from like-minded people across the country to share information. The course itself also provides that level, and the course I'm talking about was the then advanced diploma in emergency management, brackets disaster management, was particularly to look at the strategic level of disaster management and the way it is delivered. It creates a great opportunity for the Commonwealth to share with the various jurisdictions across the country opportunities for betterment in the disaster management sector. As to its funding, I would refer back to Emergency Management Australia. My belief was that it was fully funded at a Commonwealth level and awarded scholarships across the country to various participants within the course, but I'm not expert into the running of it. I believe, in answer to your other question regarding the future of it, that the Institute could quite easily continue in the opportunity of delivering that level of training across the state with even more limited face-to-face teaching, but the opportunity to create cohorts that are responsible to discuss issues with each other, seek better ways of doing things and sharing experiences to the betterment of not only the disaster management but the broader community.
Thank you for that. And did you find that course members and the cohorts that were working on that, it provided a better common understanding and more broader standardisation in approaches, or did it just facilitate the discussion between the states?
Commissioner, I think what it created was a greater strategic level understanding that individual organisations could take back to their states and apply according to their own legislation and the nuances that those states had in place.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I've got one more, then I'll go to my colleagues. Can we go to LGC 500 001 0022, please? And when you get it up, there's a paragraph that starts the area of greatest concern to local government. I'll start with this, and I know Commissioner Bennett will want to follow on. Can you just elaborate on this, please? This has been a bit of a concern to the Commission that's taking us I think at our count at the moment, about at least 4 of 5 years to try and align just the wording for the community to have an understanding of what's meant in preparing to, leaving, watch and act, and what that all means. Could you elaborate on this from your view for us, please?
Commissioner, just for the benefit of the transcript, if I could just indicate that the quote is, the area of greatest concern to local government and specific to the 2019-2020 bushfires surround the confusing nature of the National Bushfire Warning System.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mike Bolbeck again. Those 4 quotes that you see there were drawn directly from local governments that responded to us when we made it known to them that we were going to be making a submission to the Bushfire Royal Commission. The thing that they were talking about was that there seemed to be a rather inconsistent way that messages were being sent out. And if you bear with me, I'll just read through what's been written there.
Yes, please.
Yeah, we had in the first instance, the council basically said that Watch and Act and Leave Now were almost being simultaneously broadcast on different radios, which made it particularly difficult. That same council further raised with us that Watch and Act by itself was confusing to people. Leave Now was quite comprehensive in what it meant, but Watch and Act left at some concern as to, does that mean we stay? But how do we act if we're staying? Shouldn't we be going if we're acting? It created some level of confusion about exactly what was intended by the Watch and Act messaging.
Just one moment.
Yeah, a lot of the information in that second dot point there referred to, from one of the local governments that responded to us, the fact that there were information was being put over the radio that you would possibly better hone by people who were trained in the disaster management space and understood exactly what it was meant. But in general terms, the community found it somewhat confusing. It does segue a little bit from the first messages, from that first dot point, I should say, in that people were provided information that that particular council told us they would have liked to have interpreted a little bit earlier to get a more consistent message out. The third basically is a repeat of the first 2. Again, another council saw that they found the Watch and Act messaging again to the community quite concerning. And that third one again segues into all 3 of them by saying that some of the feedback they were getting was that the messaging came across as quite generic. It didn't seem to be purpose-built for their specific areas, so that it raised concerns as to exactly what it meant. It wasn't being broken down into your specific area, this is how it means. And as a result of that, one of the things that came back to us further in some of the responses was that council switchboards were being inundated with questions being asked about what are we supposed to do? Do we watch? Do we act? Do we leave? Do we stay? Do we defend? And it created that confusion about exactly what people should be doing in different circumstances.
Okay, I appreciate that context. That was great. Thank you very much. I'll just go to Commissioner Bennett, then I'll go to Commissioner McIntosh after that.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a couple of areas that I'd like to ask your opinion about. One is a continuation of this theme, if I may, because it's one that has intrigued me, that it's taking so long to get a consistent message across in this sort of terminology. But you've raised a couple of areas generally in this very, very helpful submission, and I thank you very much for it. This is part and parcel of the aspect of education and, messaging to the community and consistent messaging to the community. And I think you've made an observation somewhere that you see a role for the Commonwealth in assisting in a broad education, nationally consistent education. So I guess with the experience you've got, does it really matter which wording you use as long as it's clearly explained to the public what that wording encompasses? And why is it that it hasn't happened? I mean, I understand that people are confused about Watch and Act, but has there been sufficient education as to what that terminology is meant to convey? And do you see a national role for that sort of education?
Thank you, Commissioner. Glenn Beckett responding. Very good question indeed. I suppose a few comments that are worth just emphasising. The first one is that some of our fire-affected communities in Queensland were located very close to state borders, particularly in the Southern Downs, Shire, which I believe you may be speaking to as part of these hearings. And so a nationally consistent messaging framework, of course, works much better when it's consistent across state borders. And so that point, I think, is one that's important to be made. Second point is in terms of community education, Queensland itself, perhaps not favourably so, is perhaps one of the most disaster-prone states in the nation. And our communities are well prepared normally for disasters, having been regularly tested by things like floods and cyclones for quite some time. We're not, however, as experienced with bushfires. It's only been in the last 2 years that Queensland has experienced bushfire impacts of scale, and certainly ones that require the activation of our State Disaster Centre. And as a consequence to that, whilst communities are, I suppose, in Queensland very confident around preparations for floods and cyclones, they haven't necessarily had the same experience or learnings around bushfires. And consequently, that education piece is one that's perhaps become more important in recent times as we've seen these large-scale fire events emerge in the Queensland landscape for the first time in memory.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. The other area that I was going to ask you to comment on was this. You've noted in this same document that Queensland disaster management arrangements are uniquely different from other states in the positioning of local government as holding primary responsibility for disaster events in their local government area. And so, you point out that that is possibly unique, but at least not the common practice. You've also raised a number of matters about the relevant science and information that can be made available in preparation for national disasters or disasters within Queensland, of course, for you. So what I'm curious about is the extent to which the local government areas in Queensland access the information. I guess I want to know, if you could help me, where do they go? Do you do it for them and then distribute that information across all the relevant local government areas in Queensland? Do you provide that basis for them? And where do you go? I'm assuming the Bureau of Meteorology would be one obvious one, but where else do you go, and where? And if you see a role for further information provision, where would you want to see it come from, and what sort of information? I mean, I'm thinking extending into things like even simulation and modelling capacities. So if you could just talk about that a little bit, I'd be very grateful.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a broad aspect of the sharing of information across the Queensland local governments that basically LGAQ also assists in sending out information through newsletters that we do in the disaster management space. However, as was said at the start of this, we don't have a legislative role within the disaster management systems. So we do find that the Queensland Fire and Emergency Services, the Office of the Inspector General for Emergency Management, and the Queensland Reconstruction Authority do send out regular updated information. Now, you mentioned the sciences and accessing the sciences, and I think what we were particularly talking about there was some of the climate change provisions, and on that basis I might hand over to Dorian to take you through how that works.
Okay, thank you very much. Dorian Earhart here, Commissioner. When it comes to new and emerging areas, the LGAQ does take a bit of a role in terms of assisting councils to cut through and identify what are leading practice, resources, science and information. We've done quite a bit of work with our members to identify the different mechanisms by which they access information. And what we've done, particularly through the Queensland Climate Resilient Councils program, is undertake a stock take internationally and nationally of leading practice resources that are specifically designed for local governments. Those resources have then been curated to the most relevant ones, and 330 different types of resources, from research papers, project reports, frameworks, guidelines, standards, case studies and so on, are available through the Queensland Climate Resilient Council's website, which provides one central point of access for our councils. This was done with, the curation of those products was done with an expert panel through Griffith University, so that there's a high veracity and reliability of the information that they're being provided.
Thank you very much. Do I take it then, though, from what Ms Lolbach said earlier, that while you provide a basic framework of information, which sounds a very helpful basis to have, that when it comes to an emergency, that the updated weather information and matters such as that, or predictions, it doesn't come from you, rather it comes from the State Emergency Services? Is that correct?
Commissioner, that's correct, Commissioner. It comes from the State Emergency Services. However, we do double publish on the basis that we'd rather a council hear it twice than not hear it at all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McIntosh.
Thanks, Chair. I'm trying to get a better understanding of how the DRFA, the Disaster Recovery Funding Arrangements, work in relation to betterment. My understanding is that the DRFA doesn't prohibit anyone for any council or any state government from bettering an asset post-disaster. What it does is it limits the Commonwealth's co-contribution to up to 75% of the amount required to establish the pre-disaster function of the asset. So, for example, before I think you gave the example of a wooden bridge, and in that circumstance, if it was destroyed, the Commonwealth would fund up to 75% of the cost of restoring the wooden bridge, but it wouldn't provide up to 75% of, say, a cement or a steel bridge. Have I got this correct?
Yeah, Commissioner Glenn Becker, that is correct. And I suppose what you hit on is, one of the, foundational issues that we do face, and that is the federal Commonwealth rules are definitely set to, I suppose, try to strike a balance between ensuring that communities can recover quickly, but at the same time, to ensure that the Commonwealth's financial position is protected, which is, perhaps a fair point. The issue that we seek to make is that it is the federal government that has the greatest capacity for raising revenue through its taxation powers. Of all the taxation collected nationally, the federal government collects 83% of those dollars, whereas councils collect only 3%. So in terms of finding the gap in terms of betterment, councils are very financially constrained in being able to source the additional funding that may be needed to enable betterment, and hence councils are very reliant on funding from either state governments or the federal government to close that gap. As much as the equation is the equation, councils, as I said, are constrained in their ability because of their lack of financial capability in many instances to close that gap to allow for betterment to be achieved.
Thanks very much. Following on from that, I've just been trying to think about what are the counter arguments to having betterment in the DRFA. And one possible argument could be made that if the Commonwealth did provide funding for betterment, that it could provide a disincentive to state governments and local governments from self-bettering, if you like. So that the state government or a local council might try and game the system by saying, we have a wooden bridge that we want to replace, but we'll wait for it to be destroyed, because if it's destroyed, then we can get Commonwealth funding to help us build a better bridge. Do you think that sort of disincentive to self-betterment is a material issue? And if it is, do you see ways of getting around it and mitigating that potential issue?
Thanks, Commissioner Glenn Beckett. certainly at the highest levels, local governments share a responsibility, as does the state, as does the Commonwealth, for looking after communities. And I am confident that all levels of government seek to do that to the best of their ability. I would, caution, I suppose, the sense that, I don't believe councils look to game any system. I believe that they look to deliver what is important locally in that recovery and rebuilding exercise. Broadly speaking, however, as I sort of alluded on with that Timber Bridge example, councils across the nation have been in existence for a very, very long time, and assets that they have responsibility for have, I suppose, been constructed over that history. And so it is not uncommon within, various local governments, even here in Queensland, for assets to exist that can be well over 100 years old, dating all the way back to when that infrastructure was first created. Councils consequently are required to ensure that they have, comprehensive and contemporary asset management processes in place. So a continual annual program of, asset review, condition assessments, etc. And what you would hope is that those tired assets, those assets that are due for replacement, actually get replaced when they do need to be replaced, rather than when they're wiped off the face of the earth by a natural disaster. So it would be my, a comment back to the Commission that, councils particularly do have a very serious and professional approach to asset management. They do maintain, active annual programs of looking at their asset stock and assessing those conditions and making plans for their replacement at the end of those useful lives. It's only sadly in the case when a natural disaster comes through that removes that asset perhaps prior to the end of its useful life that these things come into.
Thanks very much.
Commissioner Beckett.
I've just got one very quick question, if I may. If you go to LGC, same document, LGC 500.001.0026, and dot point and Roman 3 on that page. You've said there that you believe that there should be a nationally consistent accountability and reporting framework and national standards. Now, you've already got experience across Queensland local councils, and I'm assuming that in Queensland, even though you're a very large state, there are councils of different size. I'd like just to ask you the question: do you think it is feasible, bearing in mind the different, the fact you're suggesting it across the country? Are you of the view that it is feasible to have nationally consistent accountability and reporting frameworks and national standards for local governments all across the country? And have you had contact with other council organisations and evaluated that approach?
Thank you. I'll respond to that, Commissioner Dorian Earhart. The question was there a role? Was there an opinion that there was a role for a nationally consistent accountability and reporting framework? The responses back from the councils that provided input into the submission was that should there be a nationally consistent accountability and reporting framework and standards, there needed to be accountability by all parties, and that something like that might reasonably require the establishment of an independent body. We didn't make comment on whether or not we thought that was feasible or reasonable, but that if a decision were made to go down that path, that would need to be a precondition.
Thank you.
I'm just reading through.
That's a very helpful clarification. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Two more questions. Ms Hogan-Doran, for you first, then I have one.
One of the questions I forgot to ask, but this has prompted me, the last point that is made is the need for this to be coordinated by COAG at a national level with legislative changes at state and territory level. I want to take the question in two parts. The first is, LGAQ is a member of the federated body ALGA, the Australian Local Government Association. But as I understand it, LGAQ also independently represents the interests of Queensland councils in Canberra. Is that right?
That's correct, Council.
All right. And the second matter is you're a participant of ALGA. We're moving now from the Council of Australian Governments to a national cabinet arrangement. What kind of role is there, at least from LGAQ's point of view, for the representative bodies of councils in national decision making going forward?
Thanks, Council. Probably should make the point that this submission was written a little time ago, and that COAG no longer exists with the formation of the National Cabinet arrangements. Previously, under COAG, local governments nationally were represented at that group by the Australian Local Government Association, with the president of ALGA having a seat at COAG. My understanding, and this is only of most recent note, is that the new National Cabinet arrangements do not allow the local government to be represented in that audience. But that may be a question you'd be best placed to ALGA when you meet with them. It is our view as LGAQ that because local government is such an integral delivery arm and is perhaps the level of government closest to the community, that it makes sense for local government to be represented in such forums because of the scale and scope and responsibility set that local councils nationally are required to deliver.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. I have one more question. This goes across two Royal Commissions, but I'll raise it. LGC 50010010023 and paragraph half the way down. In 2018 Cyclone Debbie review, a recommendation was made that the Queensland Chief Health Officer should work with the Officer of the Inspector General of Emergency Management to raise with the Commonwealth the need for all aged care providers to plan exercise for evacuation to a similar safe establishment. The evacuation of an aged care establishment proved challenging for a local group during 1920 bushfires, with no apparent planning or requirement to plan for evacuation beyond the facility in place. The current recommendation or status should be considered by the Royal Commission. Now, obviously, there's two Royal Commissions this will come across. We'll make sure it won't fall in a hole in the middle. But would you like to elaborate on that at all, please? This does come up, I think, in other submissions from other councils.
I'm sure it does. And the actual issue that we're talking about, the difficulties faced by one of the local governments during the 2019-2020, refers to one of the councils that will be giving evidence to the Commission. It refers specifically to the Sunshine Coast Council and the issues that it had regarding the evacuation of some some retirement villages. Actually, no, a high care facility it was, I believe, or whatever the new term for it is. The broader issue that we're asking here is not suggesting that it hasn't been done, but difficult to find where it's up to. So sort of referring it to the Commission on the basis of perhaps it's something that should be looked at, because again, in the 2012 Commission of Inquiry, the area of vulnerability and working with vulnerable members of our community so that there were programs in place was an incredibly important part of the outcomes and the findings. In this particular case, that IGEM recommendation, certainly to that particular local government, was raised on the basis of it being somewhat concerning that they weren't where it was up to, and there were problems in affecting that evacuation.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for that. And we will make sure formally we do coordinate between the two Royal Commissions to make sure that one has carriage, definite carriage of it. Okay. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate you spending the time with us this morning. It's been very valuable. Ms Hogan-Doran.
Is there no further questions? Might these witnesses be released from their summonses?
They may be released from their summons. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
That's all for this
So
morning.
we might take a break now then for 15 minutes until 11:55 Canberra time. Thank you. We'll adjourn.
All rise. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 11:55. The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Mr. Tokley, welcome back.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Chair, just before we begin with the panel, I'd like to be able to tender some documents relevant to today's hearing and in respect of this panel. And could I please tender items number 10.1 through to 10.10 in the tender list?
So 10.1 to 10.10 and all those inclusive documents will be accepted as exhibits as marked.
Thank you, Chair. And I now wish to call Mr. Carl Peterson, who's the Coordinator Disaster Management, Engineering, Construction and Maintenance from Moreton Bay Regional Council in Queensland.
Buckley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson, will you take the oath or affirmation?
I'll take the affirmation. Thank you.
Mr. Peterson, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I also call Angela Jones, who's the Director, Infrastructure and Environment, Richmond Valley Council in New South Wales. Ms. Jones, will you take the oath or the affirmation?
The affirmation.
Ms. Jones, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, panellists. Today I'm hoping to deal with 4 topics with you. And the first of those topics is to introduce yourselves and your roles and responsibilities, and then to introduce the local government area. So may I start with you, Ms. Jones, if you could please explain your role at the Council and what is your role in relation to natural disaster preparedness and risk mitigation.
Yes, my name's Angela Jones. I'm the Director of Infrastructure and Environment at Richmond Valley Council. I'm also Council's appointed LEMO, which is the Local Emergency Management Officer. My role at Council, my directorate includes all operational staff, outdoor operational staff, as well as a number of technical officers internally. And my role as the LEMO is undertaken on behalf of Richmond Valley Council, and I'm the executive officer assisting in the Local Emergency Management Committee as my LEMO role pertains.
Thank you. And Mr. Peterson, if you could describe your role at the Council and your role in relation to natural disaster preparedness and risk management mitigation.
Yes, Mr. Tokley. My name is Carl Peterson. I'm the Coordinator Disaster Management at Moreton Bay Regional Council. I head up Council's Emergency Management Department. That department comprises of 3 teams, our Disaster Management Team, Fire Management Team and Public Safety Team. Our disaster management team focuses on our responsibilities under the Disaster Management Act 2003 to support and maintain a local disaster management group within our region. I also have a fire management team which purely focuses on managing our fire risk on council estate and provides a function for being able to respond to bushfires on our estate or to support in other areas.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. What I'd like to do now is just bring up a couple of maps to show where your local government areas are. I might just call up, first of all, the Moreton Bay map, which is at document RCN.900.016.0008. And Mr. Peterson, if you could describe your local government area in general terms, I'd be most grateful.
Yes, Mr. Tokley. So Moreton Bay Regional Council comprises of roughly 460,000 people. It's the 3rd largest local government in Australia. It has a land area of 2,000 square kilometres. The western part of the region is mainly comprised of the Jaguar Range and is our area of greatest bushfire risk. It's an area where we have 14 basins or subcatchments in regards to flooding. These catchments or basins are highly responsive, so we suffer from flash flooding as a result within our region. That's just a brief overview.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peterson. And Ms. Jones, if I could now bring up a map for Richmond Valley, and that's document number RCN 900.016.0009. And Ms. Jones, if you could please describe your local government area in general terms.
Richmond Valley Council is a rural regional council in northern New South Wales. We have a number of towns and villages. Approximately 23,000 people live in our local government area. To the west, we sort of go almost the base of the Great Dividing Range. There are a lot of national parks and forestry plantations, and primarily to the east is a lot of river flats which are subject to flooding. There is a large catchment, being the Richmond River catchment, that runs through our local government area, and that Richmond River exits at Ballina Council, but a lot of that river system is through Richmond Valley. And we also have the coastal village of Evans Head, which is obviously subject to the coastal factors when you're talking about disaster management. So we're a regional rural council, very agricultural, but we also have the seaside towns and villages and coastal vegetation and climate as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones, could I ask you just to describe, please, the experience of your local government with natural disasters? I imagine that you experienced both floods and also bushfires.
Correct. Since I've been at Richmond Valley Council, which was from 2006, we've experienced a number of flood events, and as well in the past bushfire season we experienced one of the worst bushfires on record, with nearly 50% of our local government area being affected by the bushfire. And prior to me coming to Richmond Valley Council, we've also experienced a number of storm events also. So they have been common over the last few years.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, if you could describe the experience of your local government area with natural disasters.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Tockley. Look, our highest risks are storm, flood and bushfire. I joined council after the 2010-2011 Queensland flood events. Since that time, we've had ex-tropical cyclones impact the region in 2013, 2015 and 2017. We've had flooding events in 2012, a couple in 2016, and our worst event was an East Coast low impacting us in 2015. From a bushfire perspective, the last 2 years have probably been our more significant seasons, but certainly not having been impacted to the same extent as Richmond. Last season we had 15 bushfires impact the region, which had either a notification, advice or watch and act level warning issued by Queensland Fire and Emergency Services. Fortunately, we did not lose any properties in those events.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. What I'd now like to do is to turn to topic number 2, and topic number 2 is the responsibility of the local governments in relation to disaster management plans. And if I could start, please, with you, Mr. Peterson, could you please describe at a high level an overview of the role of your council within the framework of disaster management planning in Queensland?
Yeah, so thanks, Mr. Tockley. In Queensland, local governments have primary responsibility for disaster events within their area. Under the legislation, we're required to form a local disaster management group that's chaired by an elected official, in our case, our mayor. A council member is appointed as a local disaster coordinator, and that role is to coordinate disaster activities during events. Sorry, Mr. Tockley, can you repeat that question again?
Not at all. It's if you could describe at a fairly high level by way of overview, the role of the council within the framework of disaster management planning in the state of Queensland.
So yes, that's under Section 60 of the Queensland Disaster Management Act. Council is required to produce a local disaster management plan and to make that available to the community. That plan is to describe council and the local disaster management groups' activities to prevent, mitigate, prepare, respond and recover from events. So this information is provided on our website. We also have a number of other plans and sub-plans that are available as well to cover for any of the activities undertaken, whether that's having to undertake animal management, evacuations, evacuation centre locations, recovery, and so on.
And are there separate plans for floods and bushfire?
So we have hazard-specific supplementary documents that are available as well. And so specifically the ones that are on our website focus on flood, storm, heat wave and bushfire. There's other documents that might be relevant to specific localities, such as isolation of Bribie Island, and so on.
And the information that goes into preparing those plans, how is that information gathered? Who does the gathering? Is it the local government association?
It's certainly local government. So we have to undertake risk assessments for our regions. In the past, we've utilised documents and guidelines such as the National Emergency Risk Assessment Guidelines, the ISO Standard 31000 Risk Management Principle and Guidelines. There's the State Natural Hazard Assessment, which provides us a strategic guideline. And recently, Queensland Fire and Emergency Services introduced the Queensland Emergency Risk Management Framework. Back in 2013, Council engaged a contractor to support us in developing a natural risk assessment for our region, a natural disaster risk assessment for our region, which then got information from a number of different sources and so on. And then working through with our local disaster management group membership, we came up with our final ratings, and that's what's highlighted our priorities and our highest risks for the region.
Thank you. In terms of the information that's used to prepare those plans, is any of that information sourced from any Commonwealth agencies, for example, the Bureau of Meteorology or Geosciences Australia?
Yes, absolutely. And certainly historical information relating to events is sourced from these areas. Council's adopted the State Planning Policy 2017 for bushfire-prone areas as part of our planning scheme. That is mapping that's been prepared by Queensland Fire and Emergency Services using a methodology developed by the CSIRO.
Thank you. And
that's just one example.
Thank you. And are those plans reviewed on an annual basis or tri-yearly basis, or how are they reviewed?
So our local disaster management plans are reviewed on an annual basis, so that's a requirement under our legislation. Furthermore, they can be reviewed following a disaster event or an exercise where required, if changes are needed to be made.
And do the plans have identify critical assets such as telecommunications infrastructure?
So the plans provide a broad overview of the critical infrastructure within the region, not down to specific substations or whatnot. We do have access to that information in our mapping systems, and that helps inform some of our other planning. But yeah, the local disaster management plan provides that broad overview for the region, certainly.
Thank you. And is it the role of council to identify such critical infrastructure or assets, or is that done by somebody else?
So we do that with our partner agencies. So on our local disaster management group, we have critical infrastructure agencies, Energex, Telstra, Unity Water, SEQ Water, and so on. And so we engage with them when we need to go through those processes.
And the funding for such planning, is it solely local government that funds the plan, or is there other sources of funding for the plan?
Generally speaking, the plan itself is something that's undertaken by local government. Certainly with our natural disaster risk assessment process that we undertook in 2013, that was funded through a Commonwealth, state and local government contributions. So there are funding opportunities to be able to undertake certainly the activities in the disaster management sphere.
I think in your answer, I think you mentioned that you received some assistance from an independent body, a private contractor, to help.
No, Mr. Tockley, yeah, that's correct. Certainly, we engaged a contractor, Oricon, to support us with that process.
Yes, and I imagine that's paid for out of council's funds.
That was the grant funding, which was that federal, state, and local government funding that paid for that. We've also undertaken a number of flood studies within the region. As I mentioned earlier on, we have 14 different subcatchments within our region, each of which needs to be modelled individually. So certainly from 2008, when council was first amalgamated, it was an amalgamation of 3 local government areas with different risk assessments and different studies undertaken, different methodologies used. Approximately $4 million in funding, which was equally shared contribution to Commonwealth, State and ourselves, went to the development of those initial flood studies.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson, does the council itself have any fire management capability?
So within my department, we have a fire management team that is staffed by 4 full-time council officers, mainly with fire and environmental services backgrounds. Also within council, we have another 40 of our council staff that are trained up to support the fire management function to undertake planned burns or to provide that bushfire response capability. Within council, we have 9 vehicles fitted out to undertake this activities, 7 utilities and two trucks, and we have numerous water tanks, water carts that we can call upon to support us when we undertake this activity. From a fire management perspective, we have certain targets in which we want to achieve within our estate, managing our estate, and our target is to undertake 35 planned burns of our fuel management areas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson, you may have answered this question already, in which case I apologise for asking it again, but is there a separate bushfire risk management plan?
There's not a separate bushfire risk management plan. That risk management, well, it's all encompassed in our natural disaster risk management plan.
So it's an all hazards plan, yeah.
It's an all hazards plan that's broken up into the various hazards that we focused on when we undertook that assessment.
Thank you very much.
Certainly, just if I may add one more thing. So, as I mentioned before, we use the state planning policy and the mapping provided by QFES for our development processes. But this information is also part of our area fire management groups, which are chaired by Queensland Fire and Emergency Services, to undertake assessments against bushfire risk in the region. So there's a process undertaken each year by this area fire management group to develop a risk mitigation plan on an annual basis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Jones, I might ask you the same question. If you could please provide a high-level overview of the role of the council within the framework of disaster management planning in New South Wales.
Yes, certainly. The State Emergency Rescue Management Act 1989 specifies the responsibility of planning and controlling emergency operations in New South Wales. That legislation requires a local emergency management committee to be formed, and local government's responsibility for that committee is to provide executive support and also the chair of the committee. And the chair is generally the general manager or the general manager's delegate. As the LEMO, which is under the legislation, as I said prior, I'm the principal executive officer and provide support to that meeting. I'm not a non-voting member. So the responsibility of the LEMC is to ensure that we have an M plan in place, and that is our emergency management plan that sets out the framework and responsibilities for emergency planning, preparedness, response and recovery.
Thank you. And who draws up the plans? Is that done by the local council or is it done by somebody else?
It's the responsibility of the LEMC as a whole, which is made up of council, but also senior representatives of the combat agencies, as also the function areas. So the combat agencies being police, SES, fire and rescue, rural fire service, and functional agencies such as Department of Justice, welfare, utility services, Transport for New South Wales, etc.
Are there separate plans for bushfires and floods?
The combat agencies hold those specific plans. So the SES would have a plan for storm and floods, and the RFS has a plan for bushfires. Also, under the M plan, there is a suite of consequent management guides. They're done as a risk assessment as part of the LEMC function, and they are a snapshot of different types of risks and their management. But whoever the responsible combat agency is for those various events in the CM, the consequent management guide, they actually take charge and control an event should it happen.
And is a risk assessment undertaken to inform the plans?
Yes, it is.
And
so the risk assessments inform the plans and the CMGs. So anything that's higher than a medium risk has to have a consequence management guide, and that is an appendix of the M plan.
And in terms of the information that goes into those plans, does council get involved in the gathering information for the purposes of those plans, or is that largely done by somebody else?
It's generally primarily led by the combat agency, who would have responsibility for a particular event, but council does get involved and assist if we hold information and mapping, etc. So it's the LEMC all works together to do the risk assessments and also to help draft the suite of plans that we have in place. But the combat agencies have the primary responsibility for the various planning sections under their responsibility.
Thank you. Do the plans take account of critical assets such as critical infrastructure assets?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And do you know if there is a critical asset register?
We have, we call them vulnerable facilities. Yes, it's part of the M plan. Those vulnerable facilities and also various documents and information on communities are also part of that M plan. So we have that at our fingertips.
Right. Does council have an input into the identification of critical assets or critical infrastructure?
Yes, we do. I'm just thinking as an example, we have a number of bridges and transportation routes that are critical infrastructure, because if they are no longer available, then things like evacuation become problematic. So we've got a number of bridges and critical evacuation routes that are denoted in the M plan.
Right. And can I ask who funds the preparation of those plans?
Primary local government, Richmond Valley Council and two other neighbouring councils being Lismore and Kyogle Council combined the LEMCs back in 2017 to try and get some efficiencies. Mm-hmm. So the three councils at the time, we had to do a new M plan that was the Northern Rivers M plan, and so the three councils equally funded consultant to basically help us through the process and draft the M plan for us prior to adoption at the LEMC.
Thank you. Are those M plans communicated to the public either in whole or in part?
There are parts that are available to the public, but there's a significant section which is that is not available for public reference, given the sensitivity of such information as denoting the vulnerable facilities and community information.
Right. And do you know if the plans have been reviewed following the most recent bushfires? Has the M plan been reviewed following the 2019-2020 bushfires?
Not at this stage, but given the M plan was endorsed in late 2017 under the legislation, we have to review the M plan at least every 3 years or after an event. So that is on the agenda for our next LEMC meeting in the next month. So it will be done taking into account our learnings from the last bushfire season.
Thank you very much, Ms Jones, Mr Peterson. I'd now like to turn to topic 3, which is the responsibility of local governments in relation to mitigation, including land use planning and hazard reduction. And first of all, starting with flood mitigation. And if I could, I'll start with Mr Peterson. Mr Peterson, in relation to flood mitigation, and at a high level, what is the responsibility of the Council in relation to flood mitigation?
Thank you, Mr Tockley. It is Council's responsibility to undertake flood mitigation within our region. Mitigation happens in a number of ways, either through our planning scheme and development controls. We may look at undertaking mitigation through the development of levees or detention basins or whatnot to assist or mitigate specific flooding. There may be, we might try and mitigate the risk of a particular flood event through the availability of information to the community, through our warning services, and so on. Council has a self-subscription warning service which it introduced after the 2011 events, which we call Moreton Alert. This currently has 60,000 people registered to receive warnings. Within our region, we have 33 flood warning groups have been identified, and these warning groups are linked to a water level gauge in an area. When the gauge gets to a certain trigger, we issue a warning through SMS, email, or voice call to residents, advising them of that trigger point and the likely impacts as flooding would occur. So that's probably one of our primary tools to ensure communication and our residents have the information to be able to make informed decisions.
Thank you. Are the flood risk mitigation projects undertaken, you mentioned levies, are they funded by the local council?
So in the most recent case of a levy at Dale Street, that was actually a tri-funded approach where funding was provided through the federal government and state government and council. We had to buy back a number of properties and then to build the levee in that place to reduce the likelihood of flooding in that particular area. So generally speaking, where we can, we try and get additional funding support through those levels, through grant programs or other mechanisms.
Thank you, Mr Peterson. Ms Jones, could I ask you the same question in relation to flood mitigation? What is the responsibility of the local council in relation to flood mitigation? And in respect of any projects that might be undertaken, are they funded by the local council?
Council's role in flood mitigation is quite limited when I'm hearing what Moreton Bay does. Primarily flood mitigation, there's Rouse County Council in our region, and they have the responsibility for catchment, and there's a lot of cane drains in our local government area, so that's one body that has responsibility. From a council perspective, land use planning is probably our biggest area with regards to mitigation. It's about where we allow particular types of land uses to occur and where they're prohibited. That's probably the greatest role that council does play. The State Emergency Service, or the SES, has a large role with regards to emergency planning for a flood event, as well as warning systems and communications to public. So from a council perspective, it is quite limited. We don't go and do any large infrastructure projects such as creating levies, etc.
Thank you, Ms Jones. I'll come to land use planning in a minute. I want now to turn to land management. And if I could ask you this question, please. What is the responsibility of council in relation to hazard reduction activities and land management in the context of potential bushfires? Ms Jones, first of all.
Ms Buckley, with regards to bushfire hazard reduction, we work closely with our combat agencies, being the Rural Fire Service as well as Fire and Rescue New South Wales. Our responsibility tends to be managing grasslands and interfaces between urban and bushland areas. Council does not hold large areas of land under our ownership. We do have land that is under our control and care from the Crown. Where we can in rural areas, we try and put grazing leases on those parcels of land to help mitigate fire risk and keep grass down. But we work closely with the Bushfire Management Committee, which is a function of the Rural Fire Service. And there's a number of combat agencies and land managers as part of that committee. So people such as from the Crown, Forestry, National Parks and Wildlife Service all sit on the Bushfire Management Committee, and fire hazard reduction planning and mitigation forms part of the main roles and responsibilities in that realm. It's taken out of the LEMC, and it's the Bushfire Management Committee under the Rural Fires Act.
Right. Can I ask, is the approach to hazard reduction what they call tenure blind? Does it distinguish between public and private land, or does it not matter?
It for the land manager, they're responsible for fire mitigation on their land, so it is tenure related. With regards to land that is under council's ownership or care and control, we tend to work with the Rural Fire Service as our primary agency, and they've got a number of funding sources and mitigation programs that we tap into and help plan and generally get the Rural Fire Service to do a lot of that work for us, the backburns and things like that council does not have the resources to do or the capabilities to do. We slash grass, roadside slashing and parks and those types of areas. I think it's more about mowing and slashing rather than actually doing any sort of backburning.
Thank you. And does the council play a role in monitoring and ensuring compliance with land management decisions regarding hazard reductions?
Yes, we do. We have a program of going around and inspecting these areas, and again, that's usually done in conjunction with the combat agencies that would have the responsibility for that also. So if we also are reactive, so if there are complaints of overgrown blocks and risks, then council then will act on a complaint.
Thank you. And can you tell me this, please? Is there any coordination between local government areas? I imagine you're bordered by other local governments. Is there coordination between them in which or concerning any bushfire risk mitigation activities?
Yes, certainly. The combination of 3 local government areas in the one LEMC has definitely helped with that. Mm-hmm. So our neighbouring councils being Lismore to the northeast and Kyogle sort of the northwest, and we have a very similar topography and sort of bushland sensitivity. So that has helped greatly. It does come a bit blurred in other areas, and I think that's probably an area of improvement. It's hard when you've got large tracts of land and boundaries running through them with responsibilities and working together. There is a little gap there, I must say.
Thank you, Ms Jones. Mr Peterson, what's the responsibility for the local government in relation to hazard reduction and land management with reference to bushfires in Queensland?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Tockley. You may have heard of the saying, you own the land, you own the risk.
Yes.
That's certainly the case here. So the council, we have about 6,000 hectares of bushland reserves that have the potential to carry fire, and we estimate approximately 20,000 properties could be at risk as a result of that. So it's our responsibility to manage the risk on our land. We adopted a bushfire management strategy in 2012 and reviewed that again in 2017 to assist us and guide us in how we're going to approach managing that risk. As part of that strategy, it was the development of our fire management capability, which I explained earlier, with the resources that we have to support that. Part of the way in which we do manage that risk is we've undertaken a zoning of council's bushland reserves, and we've utilised the national guidelines for prescribed burning operations, which was part of the National Burning Project, a Commonwealth and AFAC funded initiative. So we've allocated our region, or divided our region, into asset protection zones, strategic fire advantage zones and land management zones. And each of these areas has different objectives depending on that classification. So while we might be guided by regional ecosystem guidelines, the fire management guidelines, generally speaking, that were developed by the Department of Environment and Science to really look at when's the best season and interval and the intensity of any burning that we undertake to manage that risk. The classification of those fuel management areas or those zones determine how frequent we do it. So, for example, our asset protection zones, we have about 700 zones throughout our estate. Our asset protection zones number 46 of those. The frequency of burning in those sorts of areas, or the mitigation options that we address, whether it's mechanical mitigation or weed management or whatnot, we might look to do those blocks once every 4 years. Whereas at the other end of the scale with the land management zones, whilst they might be the areas that the greatest potential for, I guess, the starting of a fire, we'll look to manage the fuel loads in those areas, but we'll be guided by the regional ecosystem guidelines as far as the frequency of the burning that should occur in those locations.
Thank you, Mr Peterson. Mr Peterson, does the council play a role in monitoring and ensuring compliance with land management decisions, including on both public and private land, or just on public land?
Certainly on anything that's a requirement under a development process, then we would be involved in that to monitor and maintain that people are adhering to their development application and the conditions upon which that's been given. Similar to Richmond, we will respond to community complaints. The legislation for managing the risk on properties sits with Queensland Fire and Emergency Services. So we're limited with our local laws to be able to do anything in that regard. As a result, the only local law that we have in place is around pest control, to be able to then go in and do something if an area is overgrown but has pests as a result. So primarily, if we do get those complaints, similar to Richmond, we'll work with the agencies. And depending on the location of the property, if it's within a rural fire area or whether that's in the urban footprint, we'll work with those agencies to seek a result. But that's primarily managed by Queensland Fire and Emergency Services.
Thank you, Mr Peterson. And Ms Jones, you mentioned earlier in your answer that the main area, I think, for the local council was in relation to land use and planning.
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could describe for us, please, the responsibility of the council in relation to land use planning, zoning and development approvals in the context of natural disasters, including bushfires and floods.
When we receive an application to do any type of development on land, our process is obviously going through a due diligence. Council holds a lot of information on our mapping systems with regards to constraints. So that could be flooding, landslip, bushfire-prone property, also wind ratings, etc. So as part of the responsibility of an assessing officer is to look at all those risks on the property and to make the decision whether the proposal on hand is suitable for that location. So if an application is not going to meet standards and put people or property at risk, then the response would be to refuse that application. Or alternatively, if some risks could be mitigated to a satisfactory standard, conditions will be placed on the consent. And that can be things up to building to a flood height, flood planning level to make sure that habitable areas of a room are above the flood planning level. In bushfire prone areas, there is a varying standards of construction and also requirements for asset protection zones of varying sizes. So they will be condition of consent. And as Mr Peterson said, that is council's responsibility. If we do condition consents, they are a lawful document and they can be controlled, and council has a compliance role to ensure that those developments are compliant with their consent conditions in the future.
Thank you, Ms Jones. Mr Peterson, are there differences between
No, it's
Queensland?
It's very similar, Mr. Tockley. It's very similar. Look, that's not my area of expertise, but everything that Ms. Jones mentioned sounds right. Certainly, we have our various when undertaking a property lookup. If there's a requirement to do any sort of a development, then the various overlays might trigger for that particular property, and similar to that, whether it's a flood, fire, whether there's it's an environmental area, an endangered species or whatnot, certain conditions would then be put on any sort of a development. But it sounded very familiar.
Thank you very much, Mr Peterson. Mr Peterson, with respect to infrastructure, does the local council play a role in identifying and managing risks to public infrastructure in your area?
As far as public infrastructure that's owned by council?
Any public infrastructure. First of all, councils, I suppose, and then any. Yeah.
Like any infrastructure that we own, yes, we would look at what needs to be in place to ensure that it can continue to function during an event, for example. So in those sorts of things like loss of power and whatnot, all of our critical infrastructure and main admin buildings have generators. We have a number of portable generators to be able to support those sorts of things in a disaster event. Certainly there's no assets that I'm aware of that are in populated council facilities that are in a high risk or even a moderate risk area. Council is responsible for the maintenance and the management of its assets, and what was previously mentioned by Ms. Jones, things like the bridge maintenance and other activities that might provide critical evacuation routes are certainly on our radar.
Mm-hmm.
But with regards to other public assets or other private assets, no.
Thank you very much. Ms. Jones, if you could describe the responsibility of the local council in relation to identifying and managing risk to public infrastructure in the local council area.
It's very similar to Moreton Bay. We tend to look after our own infrastructure that is under our care and control. So if we have to build a new bridge or road, we'd obviously design it to the best of our possibilities to ensure if it was in a floodplain that it would be out of that flood risk, so it would be able to remain trafficable in a mild to moderate event. Also, we're mindful of putting infrastructure in harm's way. So that's done. A lot of work is done at the planning and scoping stage to ensure that we're not going to build things or place things in an area where they could be impacted by a natural disaster event. We also work very closely with utility providers such as Essential Energy, Telstra and the like, to ensure that it's the best possible that utility services are positioned and located in the best possible locations to mitigate against any natural hazard risk also.
As a result of the most recent bushfires, 2019-2020, has there been a review of the resources, both in terms of human resources and financial resources, as regards funding for disaster risk mitigation?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Tokley. We did an after-action review as a local government, and also we participated in an after-action review that was run by the Rural Fire Service, and that incorporated the functions of the LEMC and the Emergency Operations Centre, as well as the IMT response team. We did look at things such as our issues with regards to telecommunications. In Richmond Valley, a lot of the area where we were fighting the fires had very, very poor telecommunications, and that hindered all the emergency response agencies responding to that fire, as well as there were some difficulties with communication back to IMT. So it's essentially what I'd term as a Telstra black spot. There is an Optus tower out in the western region around where the Rapville fires occurred, and that's where we lost around 69 dwellings, and many, many more structures were damaged or destroyed during those fires. So we are engaging with utility providers and looking to see if we can do anything to assist boosting telecommunications in that area. Should, God forbid, another event like this unfold, having good and reliable telecommunications is absolutely paramount with regards to responding. And as far as I'm aware, and in my personal experience, we did rely heavily on radio communications and signals, and there was a period of time where a lot of the government agencies, and most of us are actually Telstra customers, we resorted to buying additional hardware to get Optus coverage when we're out in those areas also. So we are looking at being a little more adaptable and responsive to be able to change through and to different telecommunication providers in the emergency. That's from a council perspective, to ensure that we have the best and adequate coverage. That's just one example that we had.
Thank you very much. I want to ask you, if I can, please, Ms. Jones, about flood mapping. Is it correct that the flood mapping is particular to the local government area, or is it broader than that?
Each local government has the responsibility of having a flood study, flood mapping, and, you know, obviously catchments don't adhere to local government boundaries, and that is something that we have found in our region as being somewhat problematic. We also have in Richmond Valley in itself, we have a number of flood studies and flood models that have been developed over the years. There are gaps in those. The models that we have don't actually talk to one another on the interfaces. They are done with different scenarios, as well as obviously the cross local government area boundaries. So in my opinion, there is a significant amount of work to do there if we're going to have consistent flood modelling throughout catchments. And that's something that Richmond Valley Council and our neighbouring councils that share the same catchment have been looking at doing a project, and on a number of occasions we have applied for grant funding to do that. Local government, primarily, we don't have the resources, be it humans or the funding to be able to do these flood studies to their full extent, given their costs would be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. But we will keep on chipping away at it. Richmond Valley, basically, probably at least a third of our local government area to the southwest is not mapped at all for flood modelling. We have concentrated on our main township being Casino, as well as some of the river catchments through our village of Corrakai, Woodburn and Broadwater, which are on the Richmond River as part of our main catchment. So we have concentrated our flood modelling previously where our population is based, but we do have significant areas of land where we do not have any flood modelling at all.
And is that a function of lack of financial resources and human resources?
I would say yes, it is.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, I saw you nodding at one point in time during Ms. Jones's evidence. If you could also address the same question, which was really, do you consider that you have sufficient resources, human resources and funding in respect of your role in disaster risk mitigation?
Mr. Tockley, yes, but we could always do with more. So in regards to, say, our staffing in the fire management team, we're going to be getting an additional permanent fire management officer to focus on mitigation activities. That position will be recruited next month to be able to assist us in that regard. Certainly some of those things that were raised by Ms. Jones was similar for us. We are currently in a process of reviewing our radio network to move from a VHF network to a digital network. We've had arrangements in the past with Queensland Fire and Emergency Services when it comes to being able to access some of their GWN digital radios when our crews integrate with their crews, either on planned burns or in response to bushfires. The extent of the last bushfire event was such, and with so many deployments from interstate and whatnot, that cache of radios was quickly used up. So we're going to be undertaking some work to transfer to a digital network so that then we can see about how do we integrate into their radio networks more seamlessly when it comes to those sorts of disaster events. As mentioned before, we certainly need to review our risk assessment process, and we are doing that under the Queensland Emergency Risk Management Framework. There's a lot of resources that are required to undertake that process properly, so that's something that will, in all likelihood, take a number of years, and I guess for local governments being able to source support through the state or through funding arrangements or grant applications or whatnot to be able to assist in that process. Similarly, when I was nodding regarding the flood studies, without significant support in the early days from the Commonwealth and the state governments to be able to undertake these flood studies, we wouldn't be in a position where we're at now. So it's been 12 years of a lot of hard work for us to get to the point where our understanding about flood risk is at the stage that it is, and we have a good understanding of that. Certainly from an asset perspective, we're always looking at increasing our flood intelligence through additional rainfall gauges and water level gauges. We have about 95 rainfall gauges and 46 water level gauges throughout our region. And I mentioned previously, that caters for 14 separate areas which need to have 14 separate flood studies undertaken. They are aligned, if you like, for want of a better word, whereas in the past when we amalgamated, they were all undertaken using different methodologies and whatnot. Mm-hmm. Unlike Richmond, our flood catchment areas are mainly contained within our administrative boundaries, strangely enough. There is areas where they do overlap, and that certainly work has been undertaken with, say, Brisbane City Council in certain areas, and so on. Certainly we do work with other local governments on our boundaries where we need to. So there was a recent example, I think, for a planned burn that we'd planned. It was for a block which was half on the boundary with Brisbane City Council. We worked with their fire management team to manage that, and we also did letterbox drops into the Brisbane City Council area to advise that those burns were occurring.
Thank you. I take it that your local government area is more prone to flooding than to bushfires.
That's been our traditional go-to hazard, really. It's certainly over the last 10 years. But with the changing conditions, bushfires has certainly come to the fore in the last 2 years, certainly from a Queensland perspective. Again, we were very fortunate in the last bushfire event. The majority of the worst fires occurred in local government areas surrounding us. So that gave us the ability to be able to support into other areas where we required. Certainly we helped Somerset Regional Council with evacuation bedding when they had fires up at Gymno and they needed to evacuate that particular community, or being able to be in a position to help other land management agencies such as QPWS, Queensland Parks and Wildlife Services, when they needed assistance with a fire in a national park to the west of our region. It was in our benefit to be able to support that. The quicker that we could contain a fire, the less likelihood it could possibly impact on our community.
Right. I think you mentioned that you're taking on a new person to deal with bushfires.
That's correct, Mr. Hogley.
And I imagine that obviously reflects that the most recent events that have occurred in 2019, 2020.
We would always planned to do that, to try and increase the team to that extent. So now we have a senior fire management officer. We have a fire management officer who focuses on planning, and we'll be looking to have 2 fire management officers to focus on mitigation. We also have a university student position that supports us, and that's a person with an environmental services, studying environmental services, science, I should say, in the team.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Sorry, Mr. Peterson, I interrupted you. I beg your pardon.
No, that's okay. So that's just in regards to our particular fire management team. Our area fire management group is really where the hard work needs to occur. And I guess it's working with the other land managers in that group to undertake a more integrated approach to planned burning.
Thank you. And now there are 2 more topics I wanted to address quite briefly, because you've covered them in part in some of your earlier answers. The first is the responsibility of local governments in relation to community education and preparation for natural disasters. And if I could first go to you, Ms. Jones, does the local council have a responsibility in relation to community education for bushfires?
I would say that is the role of the combat agency that would be responsible for the response to a bushfire. Council does have a role, I believe, in supporting the combat agency with regards to community education, but it is not the remit of local government.
Right. And in relation to floods?
It's the same. In this instance, the combat agency is the SES. They, like the RFS, have a large education component to their business, and once again, local government supports that education by way of providing any contact if there are workshops or training days. Our websites and social media here at Council is always sharing information from various agencies with regards to community education on planning and preparedness for natural disasters, but we rely on other agencies to source and draft and provide us with that information. We just generally share it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Mr. Peterson?
So in Queensland, I guess, as I mentioned before, local government is primarily responsible for the mitigating, preventing, preparing and responding and recovering from a disaster in our local government areas through our local disaster management group. So similarly to Ms. Jones, in regards to bushfire education, Queensland Fire and Emergency Services is the lead agency for that. However, we work with them and other land managers to undertake education or workshops, courses within our community. One of the good courses is land care workshops that we undertake in partnership with the Queensland Fire and Biodiversity Consortium, Rural Fire Service and QPWS, where we get 25 residents that might own larger blocks and sit down and undertake a workshop with them around how they can manage their blocks, including and essentially come out of those workshops with a plan for doing that, and that includes reducing or managing the risk on those blocks. So from a fire perspective, we'll engage and be a part of that through that local disaster management group, whether that's emergency services expos or we do have a year 5 and year 6 education course which we support. So council staff or rural fire staff or SES staff will then go out to the year 5 and year 6 as part of a geography subject, a national curriculum geography subject, to be able to provide some education around disaster management arrangements within our region.
Thank you very much.
From a flood perspective, there is no lead agency for flooding within Queensland, unlike in New South Wales where it is the SES. So it becomes council's primary responsibility to ensure that our community is aware of the flood risks within our region.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson, earlier in your answers you referred to the warnings that are given in respect of flooding, and I understand that your local government area developed its own system of warning as a result of some events. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So following the 2010 and 11 floods, this was recently after the introduction of the National Emergency Alert System as a result of Black Saturday. We had a scenario, I was working with the state government at that point, but we had a dam release event was occurring. So working with the local government here, we developed an emergency alert message to be able to warn the downstream communities. Because of so many other emergency alert campaigns going on at the time, that message wasn't able to be put out in a timely fashion. Fortunately, door knocks occurred with police and there was no real negative impacts from that. But it came to us that we needed to have our own warning system. One of the learnings or one of the observations from the Queensland Floods Commission of Inquiry was that when it comes to flash flood warning, that is a local government responsibility. The Bureau of Meteorology can provide broad-scale severe thunderstorm or weather warnings. They can provide flood watch and flood warning messages for river catchments and so on. But if the flash flood warning time is between, say, 2 and 6 hours, they're not in a position to do that. So as a result of that, we in partnership with Telstra, use a Whisper platform to be able to provide community messages, warning messages to our community. We do that through flooding. We might pass on our dam release messages as SEQ Water advisors of those. We'll use the tool to pass on any QFES bushfire warnings at the notification or the advice level. Once it gets to a watch and act or emergency warning, then Queensland Fire and Emergency Services will issue an emergency alert and so on. We also use the system to pass on messaging if there's ever a requirement from a storm type perspective. If we have an industrial accident in our Narangba Innovation Precinct, we have a warning group there, and we have a warning group associated with our Mount Nebo and Mount Glorious communities, along with 4 fire sirens up there. That's part of the early warning system that's set up for that location.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson, Mr. Jones, that concludes my questioning, but I suspect there may be some questions from the commissioners. Chair?
There is, Mr. Totally. We're going to go for a while here, so we'll sort out the afternoon in a minute. Sorry, we're not going to keep you after school. We're just a few questions that your evidence has brought up, and so I've got one for Ms. Jones first. I'll actually go to your submission, and I'll build on the telecommunications comment you made before. But your submission's RVC 500.001 0001, so just the first page. And the telecommunications infrastructure paragraph, which you mentioned before. I'm just interested in the preparedness side. So there's telecommunications infrastructure within the fire impacted area. Telecommunications, both mobile and internet, is limited or non-existent. Local, state and federal agencies unable to communicate effectively as the majority of the area communication black spot with no NBN installed. So obviously that has a couple of so what questions for the commissioners that, and they both come into one part. As a part of the planning that you did before the fires, I think you call it your M plan there. Obviously, this was identified as an issue. So can I ask, in a planning sense, how was it looked to be mitigated? Were those Optus phones bought preparatory, and what other mitigation actions were taken? And at the end of the day, what was the residual risk in your planning for this particular issue?
Yes, Commissioner. Unfortunately, this is not the only area in our local government that has exceptionally poor telecommunications. We have a lot of our rural residents that actually rely on satellite phones. So, unfortunately, this was one of the areas that was deemed as an issue from a disaster management perspective. The purchasing of Optus phones was an after the fact. I remember quite vividly in October when the fire went through Ratville community, which was our main scene of devastation for the first fire event that we suffered in the bushfire season. And that happened so quickly. And it was very much a scrambling for response, and obviously the combat agencies were out there with their trucks and sirens trying to ensure that people were as safe as they possibly could be. After the fact, going out there and trying to start our recovery processes. For example, council staff were out there clearing roads and making sure that they were safe to traverse. We lost coverage with a lot of our crews out there. A lot of government agencies went out into that area to have that first formal contact with people that had been fire affected. Those agencies were unable to call back to their offices because it's basically about 10 kilometres out of driving into the Ratville village proper, you would lose reception. So we ended up, after a few days after the first fire event, having a little a wireless hotspot hub being created at the school at the time, where people could go in and hotspot their mobile devices to get some coverage, so they could start ringing up insurance agencies and other government agencies when they were looking for assistance and help, given that they may have lost their house or a good portion of it. So in the actual response, it was difficult, although the combat agencies relied primarily on their own radio systems. But after the fact, from a recovery perspective, not only local council but a lot of government agencies that were going out there to assist the community found telecommunications very difficult, and then had to rely on hotspot hubs and buying Optus phones for a short period of time.
Okay, and obviously this will be one we'll ask the states next week, but in a warning system like a Watch and Act that relies on the individual and the community to source information to then be able to act, obviously this is a major issue. But in a general question for you then, if a local government area identifies a risk that is a risk that actually the LGA itself, the council, can't mitigate, is there a process to be able to pass that risk further up to have an area with more resources to be able to help you mitigate it, or do you just have to accept it?
Mr. Commissioner, we don't accept it. We have previously and will continue to advocate various government agencies and our members of parliament to try and get some action in this area. We also have looked at increasing and boosting our own telecommunications internally within local government. So it's something that we tend to push up to the telecommunication industry through various ministers and also through our local MPs. banging at the door and trying to get some action. And also we have pushed that issue up through the emergency management channels, which went through to the former office OEM, which is now Resilience New South Wales. So that has been identified previously. But as I said earlier, I think this is not the only area with black spot issues. I think the country as a whole could be plagued by them, and it would be a huge exercise to be able to ensure that we had adequate telecommunications across the country. But certainly something we will continue to advocate on behalf of our community for.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. Thank you very much. Mr. Peterson, on the risk side of things, a question for you. You a statement we've heard a few times here of, you own the land, you own the risk. And then obviously you're doing your best to manage the risk with your hazard reduction and the like in the preparedness sense. If you don't get a chance to fully enact your preparedness within the land that you're responsible for, and you haven't managed the risk as best as you would like, there will be a residual risk, but that's not just to you, that's to adjoining landowners. What process is in place within your area to warn those other landowners that actually, because you haven't been able to manage your risk, they actually now need to reassess their own risk? Please.
I guess through the area fire management groups is where that can happen, and we all individually provide our burn programs and our particular targets and whatnot. And if there are areas that cannot be undertaken, burns cannot be undertaken, then that's identified at that level and reviewed as a group. But in regards to, the messaging that we were passed on to neighbouring properties and whatnot, I guess there isn't a process for doing that to say this particular burn didn't happen. We do let our residents know when we're planning to do a burn sometime during the year, and what our goals are to try and achieve that. But we rely on our other, activities to be able to manage that residual risk as a result, and that is either through warnings or other activities where community education around people having their own bushfire survival plans to be able to take care of themselves if the worst was to happen.
So, from a community aspect, I'm not an adjacent landowner, but I'm living in a community that could be affected by this. There's not a formal way of telling that community, unless they're a member of these management committees, which I wouldn't expect them to be, that there may be a risk higher than what they would have expected to be wearing.
Certainly not from our local government perspective, no.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I've got one other question for you, and I'll get you to elaborate on a statement which is in your statement, which is MOR.500.001.0005. And starting with the second paragraph, so second, third and fourth paragraph down, that's it. Put those up. So MBRC's experience indicates that prevention mitigation activities are often implemented with limited strategic coordination immediately prior to or during threatening conditions by individuals who have limited understanding of fire behaviour. That's the first paragraph. Then it goes down to arrangements could also be improved with respect to resource sharing, allowing appropriately qualified local government resources to assist, and that's based on a comment you make that interstate forces were deployed into South East Queensland before local resources were exhausted. And then it talks a little bit more about closer collaboration between Commonwealth and states in the third paragraph. Can you elaborate on this particular bit briefly, please?
Yeah. So in regards to that second paragraph, comment was mainly in regard to private land and burns undertaken by private individuals. Our experience is that rather than burning at too frequent intervals, the majority of landholders are not burning enough to manage their private land risk. So burns on private properties appear to be undertaken in an ad hoc fashion. They don't appear to be coordinated, and generally don't reduce risk on a landscape scale.
Okay.
So often we see burns being undertaken at wrong times of the year or near the end of a burn season and so forth. So additional resourcing to be able to support the community to undertake burns themselves. There appears to be maybe a reluctance of some private landowners because of the complexities around having to do this and that responsibility to manage the risk themselves. Some people do engage the Rural Fire Service, or they might engage contractors to undertake certain activities in their area. I guess from our fire management groups, they're critical to be able to, coordinate an approach to this managing of that risk. So we're all stretched for resources, given conflicting priorities and so on. I mean, we've gone from a bushfire season. For us, we went straight into near flooding, and then COVID-19 impacted us. So our ability to actually, I think the other things have fallen off the side because of the focus that's had to be on those certain things. My experience has been that each agency tends to develop their plans in isolation, or we might work together on a specific burn. But that's fed up into the area fire management group and then collated. I haven't seen in the last couple of years, and again, because of some of those stretched resources and other priorities, I don't think we've really adopted a tenure-blind approach to planning ahead. And I think there's opportunities for us to do better in that space. It's not to say that anything's not working correctly or whatnot. I just think there's an opportunity for us to do a little bit better.
Okay, appreciate that. Just the middle paragraph there and the coordination of assets. Obviously, when it's a campaign fire that went for so long over such a large area, from the Commission's point of view, trying to make sure that assets that will be limited into the future are coordinated to the best way possible. The middle paragraph there obviously is a bit of a concern when there's a lot of effort moving interstate forces around or resources around when actually the state still has a fair capacity available. So is there any way from your view sort of looking up that there might be a better coordination of that?
Well, it certainly, I guess it's just looking at all of the different agencies that can supply resources to be able to do that. So working with Queensland Fire and Emergency Services in our region, given all of the resources that were being deployed out of the region to respond to other bushfires in other regions, we made available a number of our fire management assets that could be called upon if required. Again, we were in a very fortunate position in that we weren't being impacted as much as others, so we were in a position to be able to make that offer. But, certainly Brisbane City Council, it's got 25 fire management assets, fire vehicles, that there's some potential that they could also be utilised to support an event if allowed to by that local government. I very much understand the proactive seeking of additional resources from interstate because they do take time and they do take effort, and you want to be able to have those resources on the ground when you need them. So I guess it's that balance between seeking what could be available to be able to support an event versus then ensuring that you've got some additional resources just in case things go terribly wrong. As a nation, I guess, we were fortunate in that as Queensland was being affected in the first instance, we were getting a lot of support through New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia and other deployments. As things calmed down in Queensland, then all of those rural volunteers and open fire staff were then supporting into New South Wales and whatnot. So it's been a very long campaign, as you said.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you very much for your answer. Commissioner McIntosh.
Thanks, Chair. I noticed some comments in your submission, Ms Jones, about insurance and underinsurance, and I wonder if you could tell us whether the council does anything to encourage landholders to get insurance in high-risk areas in particular, and whether the council collects any data on the extent of landholders getting insurance or anything around underinsurance.
Certainly, Commissioner. So from my perspective and my understanding, Council does not have any role with regards to educating the community with regards to insurance. From my personal experience in the recent bushfires, we found where people had lost their homes, they a lot of them weren't insured adequately. And that obviously is a decision of the homeowner or property owner to state their level of insurance coverage as well as premiums and excesses, etc. We have a very low socioeconomic demographic in the Richmond Valley area. I think we're in the top 10 list of socially disadvantaged. So generally, if somebody tries to get insurance on a property that may be flood impacted or be in another risk category such as bushfire, my understanding it is very difficult to get insurance coverage. And if you could, it would be very, very expensive. And in my opinion, a lot of our community that live in these more rural and remote bushland areas would not have the capacity to obtain adequate insurance from a cost perspective. So it has been an interesting exercise, it's not a local government function to inform the community with regards to their needs or requirements should they wish to have insurance. It's not a compulsory component of life, really.
Yep. Thanks very much. Mr. Peterson, is the situation any different in your local council area? i.e., do you do anything to encourage insurance, and do you gather any data on the extent of insurance?
Certainly don't gather any data on the extent of the insurance, not within my team. There may be other areas of council that do that. Insurance and encouraging people to get insurance is just one of the many things that are part of that preparedness message and that community education message. But that's the extent of it.
Yeah. Thank you both.
Thank you. If you could call up a document, please, and that's MOR. We've had it before, so .500.001.0010. I'm just for Mr. Peterson, just to highlight it. It's from the third paragraph down, about 5 paragraphs down to before obligation for bushfire management plan. A bit further down. Thank you. Mr. Peterson, you've made some comments there about the question of classification of vegetation and then in 2019 amendments to the planning regulations, which then prevent a planning scheme or other local planning instrument from making the necessary clearing of fire breaks. And then, of course, which I love because I'm a lawyer, you venture to suggest that you deal with the word necessary and point out that that could be a subjective opinion in effect. So I'm not going to ask you to go through the legal analysis of this. What I'm interested in is whether or not the zoning issues, and in particular that planning regulation in 2019, whether it had an impact on the preparedness in your council area for the bushfire season.
Thanks, Commissioner. Look, this submission was a joint process undertaken by our strategic planning, environmental services and disaster management areas. So that particular section is something that was done by our strategic planning area. It really is a question that's outside my area of expertise.
Okay, but then don't.
However, I'd be happy to provide further information if requested.
Yes, the only question I was interested in was the impact. I think it would be quite helpful if eventually we could. I'll leave that to the rest of the team to follow through with you on that one. Thank you very much. I only have one other question, and it's really for both of you. We've had a lot of, you've both described the plans that are in place and the plans that you had in place prior, for example, to the last bushfire season. I think, I don't want to go into a full analysis of it, but obviously some things worked and some things worked well, some things worked less well, and some things may not have worked. I'd just be very interested in just your reaction. If you could just give me no more than one or two, and just very briefly, what didn't work? If I can start with Ms. Jones, are there any one or two things that you felt did not work from your plan? Because plans are great, but then the point of having a plan and then evaluating later on how the implementation of the plan worked and whether or not that was successful. And I think, Ms. Jones, you said you're having a review coming up to readjust the plan if necessary for the future. So could you just highlight for me if there was any particular area that you felt, just very briefly, and I don't mean a full discussion, just to pinpoint it, what did not work? What did work, of course, is fantastic.
Commissioner, I can think of one fantastic example is that with our telecommunications, we have a large structure which actually is positioned in the Lismore Shire, and we had that on our vulnerable facilities. And we knew that it was very important. It basically has all on the North Coast, TV, radio, most of the emergency services utilise that telecommunications facility. The fire was getting very, very close to it. We were stretched from a resource perspective. It's in a remote area on top of a mountain. And I suppose as an LEMC, we weren't fully aware of the importance of that telecommunications facility. It became quite evident when, I'm really not quite sure, somebody found out that it was actually a strategic location for the Defence Department, and it changed the ball game for us. It changed the way we responded to that event, because this, although we knew it was critical infrastructure, it was very, very critical infrastructure.
You weren't sure, you didn't know how critical it really was.
Yes, well, the big 747 plane came from Sydney pretty quick smart.
Okay, thank you.
That,
What did not?
There in an hour or two.
What is there one thing you can point to that you would feel did not work, apart from the telecommunications, which I think you've already described in some detail?
Commissioner, it's the detail of information. As a group, we can only find out so much, and when you actually test these plans and start asking different questions, you can find out a whole pile more of information that might be very, very critical and helpful in an emergency response.
So information gathering is one of the big ones, it sounds like.
Gathering, exactly.
Thank you.
A neighbourhood centre has a list of all the vulnerable people that live in a community in one of our towns. We don't have that access as a local government organisation. It's obviously highly sensitive data, but now we know I can call that neighbourhood centre, and they've almost got like a phone tree kind of scenario where they contact these vulnerable people and get them out of their dwellings if need be. I didn't have that information in my plans prior to this event, but we found out a lot of information since trying to respond, and I think that's what we need to explore further and write more detail in our plans.
Thank you very much. Mr. Peterson, are you able to point to one particular thing that you can say didn't work that you would want to change your plans in relation to?
It's probably not so much our plans, it's just in relation to communication. So within our region, our fire service looks after Moreton Bay Regional Council, Redland City Council and Brisbane City Council, but they also look after a little strip of land in the Somerset Regional Council, where there were a number of bushfires that occurred around Jimna, Monsaldale and those sorts of areas. What was encouraging for us is that we were finding out information about this as it was occurring. What was discouraging is because we have a good relationship because of that day-to-day work. Because of this slight boundary issue, the same relationship hadn't been developed by the regional staff with Somerset Regional Council.
I see.
So there was just an opportunity for some delays in messaging. That's being addressed now. We passed on those messages and made sure that future messages were going to my counterpart in Somerset Regional Council, and Somerset Regional Council will be invited to our area fire management group.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those insights. Those insights were very helpful. Thank you both.
So, Ms Jones and Mr Peterson, thank you for joining us this morning and this afternoon. Appreciate your time. Very enlightening being able to discuss some of the issues with you, and we appreciate that very much. Mr Tokley.
Chair, if Ms Jones and Mr Peterson could be released.
Yes, they may be released.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Chair, that obviously concludes this morning's session. The question now is when we resume for this afternoon.
We will resume at 14:10.
14:10.
Canberra time.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll adjourn till then.
The Royal Commission has adjourned until 2:10 p.m. The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Mr. Tokley,
Chair,
please proceed.
Commissioners, we continue this afternoon with some more persons and panels dealing with the planning aspects, preparedness aspects in relation to bushfires and other natural disasters. I now wish to call Mr. Stuart McConnell, who's the General Manager, Bushfire Recovery, East Gippsland Shire Council.
Mr. McConnell, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
We might have to Mr. McConnell, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Tockley.
Thank you very much. Mr. McConnell, will you take the oath or the affirmation?
I'll take the oath.
Mr. McConnell, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McConnell, could you please describe your role at the East Gippsland Shire Council, and in particular your role in relation to natural disaster preparedness and risk mitigation?
I'm currently the General Manager of Bushfire Recovery. Until January, I was the General Manager of Place and Community, and within that directorate within East Gippsland Shire Council is contained the emergency management function of Council.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to bring up a map, and it's document number RCN.900.018.0002. And Mr. McConnell, you'll recognise that as the orange area as being the East Gippsland Shire area?
Yes.
Yeah. And if you could please describe in brief terms the area, its topography, its environment, its demography.
Yes. So East Gippsland Shire is about 21,000 square kilometres. It's nearly 10% of the state of Victoria. And within that, we have about 75% of that area is public land, state forests, national parks and other similar reserves. Population of East Gippsland is about 45,000 people, the majority of which are located within townships of Bairnsdale, Lakes Entrance and Paynesville in the western portion of the municipality, and that makes up roughly half of the population, and the remainder is spread through some 40 or more communities and districts scattered through what is a very large and dispersed municipality. Predominantly the enterprises in East Gippsland are agricultural. Historically, the timber industry has been a significant contributor, as well as other primary production activities, and increasingly tourism is a significant part of the economy, and as is the range of service industries.
And I understand you're on the border with New South Wales?
Correct. So we border a number of New South Wales municipalities, particularly Bega Valley and Snowy Monaro.
And you have a significantly high percentage of an older population?
Yeah, on average, the population is older than the state average, as is common in some regional areas of Victoria.
And unfortunately, the local government area has experienced natural disasters in the past. If you could just give us a brief list of some of the more recent events.
So there have been a significant number of fires and also some significant floods within the municipality, dating back to the Alpine fires in 2003, although there are fires from before that, but that's probably one of the large landscape fires in recent period. 2006-07, the Great Divide fire was also impacted on this municipality, and there were further fires in 2011, fires in adjoining municipalities in 2013, 2014 further fires, 2017, 18 and 19 there were fires in the municipality. So we're somewhat experienced in responding to bushfire, and also within that period there's been a number of flood events. What I would comment is that this particular fire event is distinguished by its scale and the number of different communities that were affected. So something in the order of 56% of the land area in East Gippsland was directly burnt.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. And could you describe in brief terms the impact of the most recent bushfires on the local government area?
So as I indicated, there are approximately 56% of the area has been burnt, and that ranges across almost all of spread across much of the municipality, ranging from areas of Sarsfield just north of Bairnsdale to Mallacoota, which is 3 hours drive east and up to the areas surrounding Omeo in the very north of the municipality. So it's covered much of the municipality. Clearly there has been significant loss of property in terms of dwellings and the like, but also very significant loss of fencing and other agricultural infrastructure. It should be noted that the impact of the fires is on the back of 3 years of drought, and so that exacerbates the impact on the agricultural sector. There was significant impacts in terms of isolation for long periods of time for some communities as a result of road closures and similar impacts. And in terms of the natural environment, clearly with much of that 56% being state forest and similar, there's been a very significant impact on the natural environment as well.
And I understand that some of the communities suffered a loss of power for a period of time?
Correct. So a significant portion of particularly the more remote communities, experienced loss of power, telecommunications and roads. So, for example, the Princes Highway was closed for some 37 days.
And I understand you have a high number of tourists who visit your area and had an impact, obviously, upon tourism.
Absolutely. So in terms of, clearly during the event there were significant concerns, as has been well documented in the media, in terms of tourists present in some locations such as Mallacoota and being isolated in those locations. But more generally, some of particularly our coastal communities, are very dependent on tourism for their economic sustainability, and there were very significant impacts on that. We did a survey of some businesses in February, and it was indicating that period through summer, which is their primary business period, of those who responded, something like 75% of revenue lost through that period.
And I also understand that a significant number of persons from other councils came in to assist East Gippsland.
Yes, I mean, one of the things I think it's important to recognise and say at the outset is, firstly, that our communities responded incredibly well in supporting each other, but so too did the local government sector. Given the extent and duration of this event, there was a need for us to activate resource sharing protocols that are available through the Municipal Association of Victoria, and we received very significant support from our colleagues across the state, and I think it was in the order of approaching 200 people from other municipalities spent time in East Gippsland, either in support of our role in control centres or in relief centres or in the assessment of impacts following.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. I'd like to turn now to disaster planning or planning for disasters, and I understand that the local council appoints a municipal emergency management planning committee.
Correct.
Yes. And the role of that committee is to develop, obviously, an emergency plan.
Yes, so the legislation in Victoria sets out that a municipal emergency management plan be developed for each municipality, that there is a planning committee that comes together to develop that plan, and that plan is, the committee is chaired by council, and the council leads the development of that plan, although all agencies are participating in the development of that plan.
Right. And there is a separate fire management planning committee?
Correct. So there are a number of subcommittees, some of which deal with specific hazard types. So there is a fire management planning committee as well, and that develops a fire management plan.
And you also have a fire prevention plan?
So the CFA Act in Victoria still requires the development of a fire prevention plan, although for practical purposes, that is now addressed through the fire management plan.
Thank you. As part of the involvement of council, I understand that you have various programs. For example, you have a private property fire hazard reduction program?
Correct. Correct.
And also a council fire hazard reduction program as well?
Correct.
And very briefly, what do those involve?
So council undertakes, so in relation to the program for managing fuel hazard risk on council land, we undertake a slashing program each year in the lead up to the fire season. The majority of that is focused on roadsides and similar, and the priorities of those are developed in consultation with the relevant CFA groups. But it also includes other reserves or other parcels of land that council is responsible for, which are not otherwise picked up in, say, maintenance programs for community use or similar. So if they're not mowed for community use or similar, they will be slashed for fire prevention. The private land program involves each year inspection of private land for fuel hazard risk, and we inspect all properties associated in and around townships where the Victorian Fire Risk Register identifies them as over a particular threshold of risk. And so in practical terms, that means we inspect properties in each of the townships, in and around each of the townships, that excluding most of Lakes Entrance, Bairnsdale and Paynesville, so very, very large part of the Shire.
You mentioned that the council undertakes a program of slashing works.
Yes.
And that's in relation to road reserves, is that correct?
Correct.
And I understand you spend about $500,000 a year on that program?
That's correct.
And is that in relation to local roads, or is it in relation both to local and arterial roads?
No, that is in relation to management of council roads, and so broadly within our municipality there would be three road authorities. There's a council in relation to local roads, Regional Roads Victoria or Vic Roads in relation to most of the arterial roads, and then there are a range of forest roads that sit under the control of the Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning.
Mm-hmm. And does council have a role in relation to land use planning and development approvals?
Yes, so council does have a role in relation to both strategic land use planning and considering applications for planning permits for specific uses or developments.
Thank you. And is council also tasked with compliance, checking compliance on such matters?
Yes, council does have a role in compliance on such matters.
Right. And are there any aspects of that that relate directly to bushfire preparedness?
So the Victorian planning provisions incorporate policy provisions related to bushfire risk, and so particularly through a period around 2017, there were significant reforms in that context which lead to the policy position firstly that prioritises the protection of human life, and then there are a range of specific provisions that flow from that and consideration of those issues in both the strategic planning and also in the issue of planning permits.
Thank you. Now, I understand you have both municipal emergency management planning and local incident management plans. And could you talk a little could you speak to what are local incident management plans?
Yeah. So, again, by way of context, the East Gippsland is, as I outlined before, a very large municipality, and many of our communities are dispersed. And so we've understood for some time that it's important that a measure of planning be undertaken at a community or township level. And principally this is in relation to planning with community, so that community are aware of what risks may in fact arise, and also so that they are aware of what the most appropriate strategies are for them in relation to response to any incident that might occur. So it's intended as both as an engagement tool to assist in communities planning for their response that fits between any individual plans that people may have and a municipality-wide plan, which for our municipality, obviously, by its nature, is quite broad.
In the municipal emergency management planning, is there identification in the process of critical infrastructure?
There is, particularly if I go to the fire management plan, the fire management plan takes a process of identifying assets and risks to those assets and strategies for protection of those assets, and within that fire management plan, a number of infrastructure assets are identified.
Who has the task of identifying those assets?
So the Fire Management Planning Committee is made up of the fire agencies being Fire and Land Management Agency, so CFA, Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning, Parks Victoria, as well as then Vic Roads or Regional Roads Victoria and Council. The leadership of that group rotates over time, and any member of that group can identify and nominate assets to be considered as part in the context of the Victorian Fire Risk Register, but the risk assessment is then done by the committee as a whole.
Thank you. In relation to that planning aspect, do you also identify what I understand are called neighbourhood safer places?
Yes, so there is neighbourhood safer places are reflected in that fire management plan, and I believe there's about 12 neighbourhood safer places that have been identified across East Gippsland.
And are there also assembly areas identified in the planning?
So assembly areas have been identified in the local incident management plans.
Mm-hmm. Right. And are there also relief centres identified?
Correct. So our prospective sites for relief centres have been identified within the municipal emergency management plan.
Right. And I understand in the last 2019-2020 bushfires that there was established a relief centre in Delegat in New South Wales.
Yes, correct.
Does Delegat feature as a relief centre on the actual plan?
So I would need to double check that, but I believe not.
Mm-hmm.
But we have used Delegat as a location for a relief centre in previous fires.
Mm-hmm. Yes. If Delegat doesn't appear there, do you know, Mr. McConnell, if other places across the border are perhaps designated as relief centres in case of a bushfire and in case Victorian residents have to go across the border?
So I believe to date we have not been in the practice of identifying in a planning sense the locations across border where relief centres or similar would be established. But as I indicated, we have a history of working in cooperation with counterparts across the border to establish a relief centre, and I think it was the 2014 fires previously where a relief centre was established in Delegat.
Thank you. If I can just take back a couple of steps, please. In relation to mitigation for a forthcoming season, in addition to the hazard reduction programs of slashing, are there any other activities that are undertaken by the local council to reduce the risks of bushfires?
So in terms of the fire risk reduction activities, we have mentioned slashing and similar on council land.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
On occasions, we will work with local CFA brigades for some fuel reduction burning within road reserves, where that's identified by those brigades as a priority. We've mentioned the land use planning system and the reflection of bushfire risk within the land use planning system. We touched on the inspection of private land in terms of fuel risk reduction, and so I think it's something in the order of 16,000 or thereabouts, roughly, properties that we would inspect, and there's probably about 2,000 of those properties we would send a reminder notice to early, and then follow that up when necessary with notices to require work to be done where that's necessary. And I think typically we might issue something in the order of 800 or so notices to require fuel reduction on private land. We mentioned earlier the range of planning processes.
Yes.
The other thing that we work also closely with in partnership with all agencies is processes of community engagement and raising awareness of fire risk before the season. So whether that be media campaigns that might be led by CFA and promoted by council, whether it's council reminding people to clean up their properties ahead of the fire season, or whether it be community meetings of various kinds where we might be canvassing some of the risks and awareness of issues ahead of the coming season.
Now, were there some challenges in the last year experienced by the local council in delivering on the fire hazard reduction program? I understand that in some parts of the Shire, the programming to undertake second slash operations was delayed.
Correct. So in this particular season, the fire season commenced earlier than typically is the case within East Gippsland, and so often our slashing program would include an initial cut and then a second cut close to Christmas. In this case, for example, access to the northern parts of the municipality was limited, and from periods in November, December, with a commencement of the fires, with in broadly the Tambo Valley area from later in November. So that restricted access through some of those areas, and also on days of higher fire risk, there was a decision at times to halt some works.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. Now, Mr. McConnell, we mentioned earlier that East Gippsland receives quite a significant number of visitors each year.
Yes.
And obviously, given the last bushfire season was over the holiday period, what's normally the holiday period in Australia, does the number of visitors that the Shire receives present a particular dimension in terms of your activities, both planning activities and response activities?
So I think that's the presence of the visitors is something we're quite cognizant of. In the lead up to the in a preparatory sense, in the lead up to this fire season, we ran a program of seminars, for example, with tourism operators and local businesses to help them be aware of some of the issues around fire risk and preparedness as a conduit to some of those visitors.
Is it the case that I think Council made a number of observations of the fact that people go there for holidays, so that such persons may not always be as focused on the news as ordinary residents who are there during the year?
Absolutely. So I think in our responses to the Commission to date, and we have identified that the engagement of visitors in the question of what are current fire risks and the like is a challenge. Firstly, in that they're likely to be less aware of the general situation and context of fire risk in East Gippsland, but also in terms of the extent to which, for example, they are monitoring news sources and similar.
Yes, thank you.
And
if I can just ask you a few more questions about what we call the cross-border issues.
Yes.
Obviously, one of the New South Wales councils lies to the north of your area. Is there any formal coordination between East Gippsland and any of the councils on the other side of the border to it?
So the context I provide to begin with is that we have existing relationships in a general sense with the councils north of the border. So East Gippsland is an associate member of the Canberra Region Joint Organisation, for example, which is an organisation which brings together local governments in the southeast part of New South Wales, and through that and through other things, we have a range of existing relationships with our counterparts across the border. But as for specific arrangements in relation to emergency management, that's not currently the case.
Thank you. And I don't know whether you answered this question, but are there any formal arrangements, or were there any formal arrangements in relation to the establishment of the relief centre in Delegat, or was that an ad hoc situation?
So there were not formal pre-existing relationships in place for that. As I indicated earlier, we have previously established a relief centre in Delegan, and what I would say in the first instance is that when the Delegate Relief Centre was first established, that was established with East Gippsland Shire Council resources, and then later that was taken over and operated for a period of time in the context of Snowy Monaro Regional Council. And what I would say is that both in discussions with Snowy Monaro and with Bega Valley, we certainly were supported in our endeavours to work through the options for relief for our communities.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr McConnell. Commissioners, those are my questions for Mr McConnell. You may have some questions for him.
Yeah, just a few follow-on. Can I go to, and I'm interested in the planning side, but EGC.503.001.0007. I'll just go to the roads question. If you go to the bottom, the question 12, don't worry about the seriously limited there, that bit there. So this is the paragraph in the context of the 2019-20 bushfire season. Describe the extent at which the council had adequate access to roads, including key access roads and evacuation routes. Mr McConnell, you mentioned early on that the Princess Highway is closed for 37 days. We know that communities in your area, along the coast in particular, have limited access roads in and out. With that knowledge in place long before the fires hit, because that's what you've got. How were the implications of that factored into the emergency management plan and the, I think you said, incident management plans at the lower level?
Yeah, so there's probably a couple of responses to that. So the potential for arterial roads to be cut and for that to limit access has been previously identified within the municipal plan, and that's recognised. In fact, that's been escalated to a regional level. The other thing I will comment on is the...
Sorry, what does that mean? Sorry, when you say escalated to a regional level, what does that mean?
So within Victoria, there is planning that occurs at municipal level, a regional level and a state level.
Mm-hmm.
And where issues necessitate, they can be escalated to the regional planning committee.
Okay, so in this case, in your planning, you identify the risk of single roads in and out. You don't have the ability to... Sorry?
So particularly, I think, in relation to the Princess Highway.
Ah, Princess Highway, because you've also got the single routes with Malakuta, I think, having visited there and enjoyed that road.
Yep.
So some of this is local, other gets escalated to regional level. What does the region then do to try and mitigate that risk, to help the council mitigate that risk?
So I understand, I've been advised that and this was prior to my involvement at East Gippsland Shire Council, that that issue had been escalated and that some action was taken. I'm advised that there had been some treatments along the Princess Highway, but what I would note is that I think that the scale and duration of the closure associated with this event was beyond the expectations of and planning of, for example, a committee previously,
mm-hmm.
and the duration of the isolation, which I think particularly compounded impacts in areas such as Malakuta or Canberra River or a number of other communities.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to get an understanding then, noting that area has a large seasonal population. there in the risk planning, there must be an analysis of, if you do need to evacuate, what you need to do and the like. If it gets to a point where the council, say in your case, East Gippsland Council, could be anyone around Australia, but I'm interested in your process, gets to a point where you say, actually, we can't handle more than this number. What is the process for assessing that? And then how do you escalate that up through the chain to say, hey, we're reaching a risks level that we can't manage anymore, and a call or a decision needs to be made to try and slow the flow of the seasonal population into the area. In fact, stop your feet in the fire, to put it, I guess, colloquially.
So as I said, this risk is something that's been identified, that was referred to regional level. I also note that the asset owner in Regional Roads Victoria is possibly better placed to respond to you in terms of the treatments that have been provided in relation to that issue.
Mm-hmm. And we will ask the state when we have the states next week. We will ask the states about the process, but I'm interested in whether the East Gippsland Council, you have a process for identifying where the risk actually gets to an unacceptable level, regardless of who's managing the treatments and the work. You get to a level, and then which you need to escalate it at that level to the roads are what you've got leading into the season. How do you manage around that?
Yeah. So again, I think the issues are about under, for example, the fire management plan, understanding what the response is within the context of a particular location, that then is something that's led through that fire management committee with the relevant authorities. Again, I think the thing that was particularly unique about this event was the duration of the impact, and so rather than being a situation where a road may be closed for a day or two and then people can evacuate or similar, this very extended period of closure was not foreseen.
Okay, thanks for that. We will raise it with the states a bit next week on this particular issue of understanding the risk and managing it. One question, and it goes back to the relationship with the Snowy Monaro Council, I think is the correct term for where delegate is. Is there a mechanism available to you to have a formal relationship with the Snowy Monaro Council under all the jurisdictions and the way the Constitution works with the different states and the like, or does it have to stay at that informal level?
So I think that's something that in our planning for future seasons, that's something that bears some particular attention from our perspective. I suspect there is a level at which that needs to occur from a council to council level, but also at a emergency management sector, Victoria to emergency management sector, New South Wales level as well, to ensure that there's confidence around the broader arrangements that apply in these cases. Similarly, as I mentioned earlier, the nature of the relationships, etc., we have with and the response from adjoining municipalities, I was confident that they were providing the assistance they were able to provide, recognising that during the period in which we were speaking with them about a range of assistance, the fire situation in their municipalities was also escalating.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioner Bennett?
Thanks, Chair. I've just got a couple of questions. If I can call up EGC.502.001.0058 and the third dot point. This is, you've already been asked some questions about looking at critical infrastructure, there you've got critical service infrastructure. I was just curious because you say this includes assessing the likelihood and consequences of relevant fire scenarios on public infrastructure such as schools and community infrastructure in settlements. So your council deals with things like schools as part of its critical infrastructure identification?
So the Fire Management Planning Committee, of which council is a member, deals with those issues of identifying the infrastructure and then assessing risk to those.
Okay, and when you talk about fire scenarios, do you actually do modelling? I mean, do you use modelling platforms to enable you to predict the effect on things like schools and community infrastructure?
So the risk assessment approach that's used within the fire management plan is based on the Victorian Fire Risk Register and that system, which is the CFA is in a sense the steward of that system, and there's some detailed guidance then for the planning committee to use in its assessment of risk.
But the council itself doesn't do modelling or to do those scenarios?
So council is a participant in that committee as it's stepping through that risk assessment. Increasingly, the assessment of risk and understanding of risk is being complemented by scenario modelling, and which is typically undertaken by the Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning using the Phoenix Rapid Fire method.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And my next one is a little tiny one because you've got a reference on page 0063 to the static firefighting water supply network, which I thought was quite intriguing. Just one question. Do you know if that's a common methodology used throughout local councils, let's say in Victoria?
I'm not aware of if it's been applied very broadly, but I'm aware of other places where it does occur. What I would just recognise is the funding support we've had from both CFA and through the drought program. The particular challenge in East Gippsland is with the fires being on the back of 3 years of drought.
Yeah.
Many of the sources of water that fire agencies would normally seek to use to combat fires, such as farm dams and the like, were less available because they were largely empty. And anecdotally, we've received feedback that the presence of these tanks, which have been rolled out over the last couple of years, did effectively result in homes being saved by the availability of water in the local area.
No, thank you. That's terrific. And one last one, really. You've also referred to the fact that you say it's important to ensure that emergency management terminology used across Australia is consistent, and of course you bring in the fact that East Gippsland is, has proximity to New South Wales, which brings in, the cross-border issues that I think you addressed in, both in general questioning with the chair. Is there any one, terminology is one thing, descriptions of what to do and matters such as that. You've dealt with the possibility of having recovery centres across the border to look after Victorian citizens or residents. Is there any one thing, is that the thing that you would most refer to as something learnt from the last fires, perhaps that you would want to change or to deal with so far as cross-border issues are concerned? I just guess I'd like to have from you an idea of what you think are the biggest problems that eventuated with cross-border problems in the last bushfire season. Just two, the main ones. I don't want a whole litany. You don't have to go through every one of them.
Yeah, no, I think so. The first thing I would say is that for us, the cross-border issues were not a matter of difficulties in working between institutions or similar, but were rather a reflection of the fire situation emerging in the southern New South Wales. And so certainly, as I said earlier, we had good supporting discussions with our adjoining councils, and when you're trying to navigate some of those things, clearly if you're working with different terminology, it might take you a little bit longer, but that was for us not so much of a material impediment, but we are conscious about the confusion that more generally that might lead to in the community around relief centres and evacuation centres and different forms of terminology. And so I think the lesson from this might be for us to in the first instance, focus on consolidating the working arrangements between the different between institutions in different jurisdictions, but recognising also there would be advantage in more consistent terminology around these issues.
Thank you very much indeed. Very helpful.
Mr McConnell, we appreciate your time this afternoon. Thank you. Mr Totokli.
Chair, I have no further questions from Mr McConnell. If he could please be released.
He can be released. And again, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. We appreciate it. Thank you, Mr McConnell.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. Chair, that concludes the first person for this afternoon. It may be appropriate now to take a short break because I understand there may be some internet connections with Kangaroo Island, which is our next panel.
Which will take a little bit to do, yes. Not much, but we will adjourn until 15:10 Canberra time.
Thank you.
Okay.
All rise. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 3:10 p.m. The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Mr. Tokley, let's proceed.
Chair, Commissioners, thank you. Chair, Commissioners, the next panel will be taken by Ms Spears.
Commissioners, the next two witnesses are from Kangaroo Island Council. I call Greg Georgopoulos and John Fernandez.
Mr. Georgopoulos and Mr. Fernandez, thanks for joining us.
Mr. Georgopoulos, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
Oath, thank you.
Mr. Georgopoulos, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Fernandez, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
Mr. Fernandez, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
If I could start by asking both of you to introduce your role at Kangaroo Island Council to the Commissioners and describe how that role relates to natural disaster preparedness and response.
Yeah, sure. I'll start. Yes, my name's Gregory Georgopoulos. I've been with Kangaroo Island Council as CEO for about 12 months now. It's just about 12 months. It is my role is to head up council administration and work closely with the elected member body on the strategy of council with the elected member body and the operations of council with administration. Part of administration, of course, we need to abide by and contribute to being prepared for disasters as they are prescribed initially by the State Emergency Management Plan and then at a more regional level through the Adelaide Hills, Fleurieu and Kangaroo Island zone, and then, of course, a more specific plan being the Kangaroo Island bushfire management. And what we do is we play, as a council, a supportive role in the response efforts and also in some part to the recovery effort.
And Mr. Fernandez, what is your role at the council?
Thank you for the question. My role is asset works, and also I'm involved in joining with the region and the CFS and other response agencies on various committees to ensure preparedness and response. Due course, I'm in overview the rollout of the provisions of the Act, Foreign Emergency Act and its regulations.
Foreign evacuation system is about
if you wouldn't mind excusing us for one moment, Mr. Fernandez.
We're testing only and no action is required. I repeat, to test the building's foreign evacuation system only and no action is required. Thank you.
I apologise, Mr. Fernandez, because we had a warning test here ourselves. Would you mind just repeating the end of what you were saying there in relation to what your role is? Oh.
I take overview of our flight to deliver the provisions of the Foreign Emergency Services Act and its regulation with regard to community preparedness for natural disasters, in particular the fire prevention activity.
Thank you. Perhaps, Mr. Georgopoulos, if you could provide us with a very short description, an overview of Kangaroo Island, its size, population and environment.
Yes, of course. So Kangaroo Island is about 4,500 square kilometres. That equates to about 410,000 hectares. It's a large island. It's the third biggest island in the nation, but a very small population base, just under 5,000 people. The terrain is relatively flat. We've only got the highest peak on Kangaroo Island is about 300 metres above sea level. Our main economic drivers here is primary production, which is 65% of our economy. The remainder, 35%, is in relation to tourism trade, but there are synergies between both of those sectors, as you'd appreciate. We have about 1,400 kilometres of road, 80% of them are unsealed. Also, 30% of the island is made up of national parks. And we have about 510 kilometres of coastline. That makes it clear of how Kangaroo Island is situated.
Thank you. And in brief, what was the impact of the 2019-2020 bushfires on Kangaroo Island?
Sure. So at the end of the fire, what the fire scar ended up to be about 210,000 hectares of fire scar. That equates to about 60,000 loss of livestock. About 120 homes were destroyed, and about 300 odd buildings, farm-type buildings, that accommodate the primary industry sector. It's affected the majority of our primary industry. About 80% of our primary industry was affected, which equates to about 10%, just under 10% of our rate.
If I could ask for a document, KIC 501-001-0001 to be brought up on the screen.
Yes.
This is, I understand, the emergency management plan for the Adelaide Hills, Fleurieu and Kangaroo Island zone.
That's correct.
And could you just explain very briefly who is responsible for creating that plan and the council's role in the development?
So just briefly, this has been influenced by the State Emergency Management Plan. State Emergency Management Plan talks about 11 zones being established around mitigating risk or hazards across South Australia. Within the State Emergency Plan, they talk about 10 key hazards that are identified at the state level. This particular document is more localised to the region, and the regions themselves, or the member councils of that region, sit on this committee and focus on what they've established as the major hazards of the region, which in this document are bushfire, extreme weather being heat, extreme weather being storm, animal and plant disease, earthquake, and I think there's a new one that's being considered at the moment, which is a pandemic, as we've experienced with COVID-19.
If I could then ask for document KIC 502-001-0032 to be
Sorry, you just cut out there. Apologies.
Can you see a document on screen there, which is the Kangaroo Island Bushfire Management Area Plan?
Yes, I do, and I've got that before me as well.
And who is responsible for creating that plan?
Once again, stakeholders on the island. So it's a combination of government authorities and agencies and council themselves.
Mm-hmm. And I understand that the council is itself looking at developing another bushfire management plan?
Yes, just to go into that, look, the elected members were dissatisfied with the level of detail and I guess the proactiveness of this particular plan and other plans, specifically around our townships and the protection against these type of fire events for our townships. So the elected members asked me and the team to look if we could get some specialised help through a consultant to develop an overarching document or a document that might be able to validate or otherwise the Kangaroo Island Bushfire Management Plan. we've gone out for an expression of interest with regard to that. We are looking at awarding that contract to a firm that will help us engage with the community and the elected members around a more specific plan around protecting our township and settlement.
Does the Bushfire Management Area Plan identify critical assets?
It does to a certain extent, but there is a strong belief that it does not go far enough to protect life and assets. And that's why we've looked at engaging a consultant to help us in that space.
And when you said it doesn't go far enough, were you referring to the identification of assets or something else?
Both assets and life.
In relation to the emergency management plan, does that also identify critical assets or public infrastructure in that plan?
You're referring to the zone management plan, is that correct?
Yes, I understand that the document that was brought up earlier is a concise summary of the actual zone emergency management plan. And I wondered whether the full emergency management plan also identifies critical assets.
I don't believe it does. It goes. I believe the Kangaroo Island Bushfire Management Area Plan is more specific.
Thank you.
To the Kangaroo Island and protecting of assets.
I understand that the council was involved in a program called the Council Ready program. What is that program and who runs it?
I'll defer that question to Mr. Fernandez, if that's okay.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you. The Council Ready program sprung up from our experience following the release in 2018 of the Key Hazards and Risk Summary Emergency Management Plan that appeared on the screen before. And it's our understanding that the Local Government Association of South Australia took a health check, the emergency preparedness of all the 68 councils, our council included, and from that an action plan was developed 2019, put together a series of documents including our model policy and our emergency reaction, and as late as last week we had officers from Local Government Association of South Australia here working on our response plans, and in particular with these major hazards, to develop black box, as they call it, an action plan that when an emergency is declared, we are ready to go with a series of criteria and a series of objectives to reach.
And I understand that the Local Government Association also have something that is called the Local Government Functional Support Group. What is that group and what support does it provide?
The Local Government Functional Support Group basically coordinates resources in a disaster situation. So the resources come as personnel or plant and equipment. So they are deployed when a disaster is declared. So in this case, with the bushfires on Kangaroo Island, the summer bushfires of Kangaroo Island, the local government functional support group reached out and provided the resources required to support the CFS with their actions around controlling the fire.
What type of resources were shared with Kangaroo Island from councils in South Australia, and did you receive any support from interstate councils?
Yes. Well, look, There was lots of requests from interstate councils also, but the functional support group dealt with the metropolitan councils, regional councils in South Australia. We received around 200 personnel. What they did were they came with skills around, most particular around your yellow equipment, your plant and equipment, to help clear brake lines, to reduce vegetation. Not only personnel, but also yellow equipment, as I mentioned, in the form of graders, backhoes, dozers, etc., to help with mitigating the fire front or preventing the fire spread. Resources on KI to their, maximum were around 200 personnel, came across from local government, across regional and metro area to help with the fire efforts on controlling the fire on Kangaroo Island.
Turning now to the responsibility of the council for mitigation, including land use planning and hazard reduction. I understand that the council has general inspectors who undertake inspections of property.
It does, yes. So just to go back, I guess under the, I believe it's Chapter 2 of Section 7 of the Local Government Act, council needs to demonstrate that they are protecting their assets and their community. Part of that is clearly fire being transferred from one property to another. So what we do is engage general inspectors who go out and issue, as they're called in local government, or 105F notice, which is around unruly land or unkept land, which poses a fire risk. And they are issued yearly. And I can't exactly remember the numbers. John might be able to give you some numbers on that. But they are issued yearly to help with or to help mitigate the spread of fire in our township.
Is there a particular time window in which those notices are sent?
Yeah, we do, like a lot of councils in South Australia, we issue an advance warning letter. Ours goes out with our first rate roll-out in the financial year. It's a warm letter that invites people to do the right thing and advises them of the requirement under Section 56 of the regulations from the Act. That usually gets a very positive response. Landowners, and they start their preparation, clean up. Later in the calendar year, our fire prevention officers do a drive around all properties in townships and other areas of concern, and those that haven't been cleaned up receive a letter, advice, given an opportunity to tidy up before a certain time. Those that don't receive a section letter in accordance with the Act, and are given a short period of time to clean up, usually before the fire season. We have a good roll up with that, and we're pleased to say that we have high 90%, close to 100% compliance this year.
And are there any time constraints around which the Section 105F notices may be sent?
There is some obscure ruling that they're not supposed to be sent until the fire season's actually there. But our fire prevention officers collaborate with others. Many realise that. So formal notices are not sent, but we use it by process we call educate rather than expiate, and we're looking to work with the community to do the right thing.
And I understand that the council also has a role in relation to hazard reduction. Are the responsibilities of the council for hazard reduction clear?
They seem to be. And we have a process where if landowners do not clean up, but we have the ability to appoint the contractor to tidy up. Also have the capability to issue a fine for landowners that do not clear up. Remembering that some 40% of landowners do not live on Kangaroo. Even though they live distant, and sometimes other countries, they still do need to pay attention to the requirements.
Go ahead, Greg. Was there something that you wanted to add there?
Yeah, just wanted to add that. Look, it's very clear within the township. Dare say where it gets a little cloudy in my mind. That is outside of township when you've got a pastoral land, and then where you get closer to native vegetation and also national park. If you refer to the Bushfire Management Area Plan, Kangaroo Island Bushfire Management Area Plan, Council's role has been identified, and there's a series of prescribed actions within that Council needs to undertake, but they are pretty low level. When I look at it, around clearing tracks for access. So, in my opinion, more work needs to be done in that space.
If I could ask for document KIC 502-001-002 to be brought up, and at page 0026. This is part of the information that the Council provided to the Commission. At the bottom of that page, there is a box. Sorry, it's at page 0026.
Is that the one on the screen, sorry?
Yes, it's on the screen, and it's the box on the bottom right, if that could be zoomed in, please. There are some comments there in relation to the interpretation of the Native Vegetation Act. I wonder if Mr. Georgopoulos or Mr. Fernandez, either of you could speak to that.
Yeah, sure. I will start off, and then I'll see if Mr. Fernandez would like to add. But this has been a long-standing problem with the Native Veg Act and how it's interpreted. Especially on road verges, not only on road verges, but at any locations, when there is a fair bit of grey area around what can be carried out. We have our own guidelines with regard to road vegetation, but it's more to do with line of sight issues and safety for vehicles, especially a lot of our roads are high speed, 100 kilometres per hour. So we need the appropriate buffers to ensure that if an animal does veer from the verge, you have lots of opportunity to see it. But it is a little silent around using that particular document to control fires. My observations when the fires broke was that a lot of the fires did run around along the road verges themselves without any break, and it was quite indiscriminate that it would run along road verges where the native veg presented itself and then go into different properties accordingly. But look, there's no science around that. It was really my observation. Where the grey areas also come in too is when the fire was active, I had some farmers come to me to say that they want to protect property. Is it okay to clear native veg and create a buffer to protect their property? And under those circumstances, when there's a live fire, you're allowed to do that. A lot of the farmers were unclear whether they were allowed to do that or whether they had to follow a process. So that, if I could refer to John, if he'd like to add anything further to that.
Kangaroo Island Council have had roadside vegetation management plans since 1996. The one we operate on currently was a 2007 version. This council put together another, submitted it in 2017, and we still await approval from the Native Vegetation Council for that. In the interim, the Native Vegetation Council issued some guidelines in 2019, July to be exact. Contained within those are some items that would allow some means of protection, but they do not go far cover robustness of our unique vegetation here. And as Mr. Georgopoulos indicated, fires will use the roadsides as a wick, and the fire will run along a roadside and indeed a creek line on farmland, regardless of direction. And the only thing in the recent fires that slowed up the rate of spread of those fires on those wicks was the coolness of the night. As it became later on in the day and towards midnight, it was noted that the fires were just remaining in the roadside vegetation and not jumping into the adjacent farm paddocks. We have found inclusion, an exemption called transverse fire breaks, where breaks can be put in roadside vegetation, however only 20 metres wide and only a minimum of 500 metres apart. It needs to be remembered that the forward rate of spread fire in our vegetation on Kangaroo Island can be, on a moderate fire day, 2 to 3 kilometres an hour, and embers can throw forward 3 to 5 kilometres at a time. It was a worse situation than that on the 3rd of January, but we feel that there's not enough impetus in the roadside veg plan or the regulations that allow us to protect roadside vegetation, which has a value, and assets of our road.
Turning to the information that the council provides to the community, you mentioned that information was sent out with rates notices. Does the council provide other risk information to the community, such as to potential purchasers of property?
Yes, it does. We supply that, and it's also available on the website, and also real estate agents, it's mandatory for them to that as well.
Is the council responsible for educating the community in relation to preparedness for disasters?
Look, I guess we have a role to play, and we do play that role. Whether it is a lead role, juries out there, but we do play a role and educating our community around the risks of fire, and also promoting them to be ready for a fire and have their own personal plan in place as well.
You mentioned in the information provided to the Commission that there are a number of members of the community on the island who might be more vulnerable, who don't use social media or the internet. How do you distribute information to those community members?
But we undertake that in many ways. We have meetings at our townships with our progress at the smaller satellite townships. There are meetings. Kangaroo Island Council run a community forum called their Town Centres Committee, which brings people from all centres into the council. We run a regular section in the local press every week where we will put in community information, and apart from Facebook and social media, we use that press, that space in the local press quite significantly. Additionally, we undertake voluntary inspections and mandatory inspections of properties. Having 2 fire prevention officers who also double up as our general inspector or ranger, as you would, they're out and about every day at various sites across the island, and they do, given there's 4,000 people here, they do know who is where and what sort of situation various properties are in. So, indicated before, we go for educate rather than expiate, so we feel like good relationships attract attention.
And look, if I could add also, we do have signage strategically located around that advises the community. It's almost an alert to advise you at what rating we are with regard to fire risk. There's also VMS, don't know what that actually stands for, but boards across the island on high risk or dangerous days, advising community at large around the fire risk hazards on those particular days.
The information that the Council provided to the Commission also referred to the classification of safer place and place of last resort, and I wonder whether you could explain whether those are understood within the community.
Yes, what I evidenced myself through the fire period is that there was a very high level of confusion around what safer places and safe place meant. And the only, the townships are the safer places, and which are Penneshaw and Kingscote themselves. And people were, generally the community grappled with understanding that. And what we meant by that is that you came into the township because the township will be protected by the CFS and other agencies in a fire event, and will make it safe for people. Where there was confusion was the more personalised places or the last resort. If your fire management plan, your personal fire management plan failed, that's where you would muster to seek help, which is within your settlement or township. So there was some confusion around that, and we had to reiterate and clear that matter up on a number of occasions at community meetings.
And finally, would you be able to describe in brief terms what were the main impacts of the bushfires on the infrastructure on Kangaroo Island?
Yes, of course. It was, look, I went out after the fires. It's absolutely devastating. You know, we talk about, an apocalyptic scene, to be quite honest with you. The fire was so ferocious intensity that it incinerated trees and local infrastructure. Just grey dust. I've never seen anything like it. As far as the central infrastructure, yes, we lost telecommunications, we lost power. We also were literally a few litres short of losing water township of Kingscote. So, yeah, without the diligent work and hard work, our service authorities, we would have been in a much more difficult space. But as I talked about earlier, 210,000 hectares of the island, which almost equates to half the island, been decimated by fire. And everything within that zone has been affected, whether it's the built form or whether it's the service utilities. And what we're going through here now is the rebuild and the recovery.
Commissioners, Chair, do you have any questions?
I've just got one, and then I'll go to Commissioner Bennett and then Commissioner McIntosh. And it goes back to the Native Vegetation Act. And so I just want to get an understanding. The grey leaning, the like that you talk about, is there leeway in the Act to be able to interpret, and the problem has been that leeway hasn't been used? Or is it takes so long to get an answer for a change, or is it a mixture of all?
a bit of all actually. I've just come new to the island. I've always worked in the metro area, and I find that this is a really sensitive issue for the island, the Vegetation Act, and how it's administered and how it's accepted or otherwise. I think a lot of work needs to be done in that space, and we've got to get really serious around all stakeholders understanding what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do, and the processing time as well. What I've heard is a lot of people get frustrated because it seems that it almost goes into an abyss when they put in a request, or it's too hard, or they're very worried if they do anything in that space because there's quite heavy penalties. So pretty much all of the above.
Okay. And just a follow-on to that, is the interpretation of that Act limiting the Council's ability to prepare not so much the safer place, but the place of last resort? And I think the place we visited when we were looking at middle of the island, Pandana, we actually went and had a look at the last resort, but the problem with just sitting in the car and looking at it was the lead up for the town to get there was through all native vegetation that couldn't be trimmed or whatever. And so I'm wondering if that's actually limiting the community's ability to get to safe places just by the fact of the interpretation of the Act. Does that make sense in the question?
It does. And yes, I can very much relate to that because there is a real fear around clearing native veg and in particular around even the safer places. And so we need to learn from this and make sure that everyone's very clear on how they interpret that Act or what it means to them and what they can and can't do.
Okay, thank you. And obviously that leaves a residual risk that people need to understand as well in the community if you can't do anything. So appreciate that. Commissioner Bennett.
Yes, I'm afraid my first question is also linked to that Act. I just want to clarify a couple of things. The first thing, I think you mentioned, and as I understand it, that there are substantial fines to be paid under the Act if you breach the Act. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, and so and do those fines apply to people who may breach the Act for hazard reduction purposes as well as for private purposes?
They apply across. Thank you for the question. They apply to Kangaroo Island Council if they're clearing vegetation wider than is allowable in their plan. They apply to local landholders who may wish to clear even small few trees or single trees in paddocks. Be quite high fines for clearing it. Indeed, high SEB offset payments into a fund are required and demanded as part of the Act and its regulations.
And I've got two more questions in relation to that. In your opinion, did that have an impact upon the decision whether or not to conduct hazard reduction on Kangaroo Island?
Yes, it does. It's very limiting. The scope of those regulations is very limiting. And since many of the plans written by the scientists and other types, they lean very much on the saving of the ecological side of it rather than looking at the human and asset.
And you said in your description of it that you think it's gone from black and white to grey, but has there been any amendment to the Act since the bushfires? Or is it in the same terms?
No, there hasn't. Yeah, it's more the interpretation, especially when such a catastrophic event is thrusted upon.
But the wording has not changed.
I don't believe it has.
No, thank you. I've got one other question, and that's, if I may, for Mr Fernandez. You mentioned, it's another legal one, I'm afraid. You said earlier on, you said something about an obscure law about that the notices are not meant to be sent out till the fire has actually started. Can you expand upon that?
Season, right?
It's the season started, not the fire.
Oh, sorry, about the season. So you can't send out notices till the season has started. Do you know what? Would you be able to tell me what law that is?
I couldn't quote that. I'm sorry, Commissioner. I'll take that and certainly be happy to provide that. It's written in one of the regulations that are subservient to the Act.
I see. Okay, thank you very, very much indeed. Thank you. They're the only questions that I had.
Thank you. Commissioner McIntosh.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, back to the native vegetation again. And I understand, and what you've just said is reiterated again about the importance of roadside clearing for Kangaroo Island. I understand that in order to get approval for this or to be allowed to do it, you can either go through the native vegetation guidelines on roadside vegetation, the Kangaroo Island Council management plan or plan of action, but there's also a Section 27 process that allows the relevant chief officer of the CFS to approve clearing where it's deemed to be necessary to mitigate serious risk to life, property or person. Have you any experience with that process? Is that one that's widely used, or is it sort of break glass in times of absolute emergency and it's barely ever used?
Okay, thank you for the question, Commissioner. I currently am seconded to a role where we're testing this, and at our local Bushfire Management Committee meeting only last week, we submitted 18 such requests. What we've found is they do go through Region 1, CFS, but there is a drafting point where they're halted, and any that are deemed to be slightly even at odds with the Native Veg Act, submitted on Council's behalf by the CFS to the Native Vegetation Council for approval. So while that may well state that the CFS have authority to approve such actions, what we're finding in practice is actually has to go all the way back up to the NVC.
Ends up in the same place.
And sorry, how long does that take?
We're testing that. We expect that could be 2 to 3 weeks at this time, but we just don't know. Normally, we expect a long and any application to Native Vegetation Council. We do try and work in locally with the local officers from the Minister of the Environment, but anything that's contentious, they have a fear and send it on up to Native Veg Council clarity.
No, nothing more for me.
We look forward to tracking that timeline. Thank you very much. Mr. Douglas, Ms. Spees?
I have no further questions if Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Georgopoulos might be released.
Mr. Georgopoulos and Mr. Fernandez, thank you very much. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon, and also from having visited your area, we appreciate what the island went through over the summer period. Thank you for your insight. We've gained a lot out of it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
And you may be excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, we have one more witness this afternoon, and it is Mr. Warren Sharp, the Director, Infrastructure Services and Local Emergency Management Officer for the Eurobodalla Shire Council. And I call Mr. Warren Sharp. Good afternoon, Mr. Sharp. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Mr. Tockley. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Mr. Sharp, will you take the oath or the affirmation?
The affirmation.
Mr. Sharp, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sharp, we'll be dealing with a number of topics this afternoon. The first of those topics concerns an introduction to the local government area and also to your role. So if I could ask you, please, what is your role at the Council, and in particular, what was your role in relation to natural disaster preparedness and risk mitigation?
My role is the Director of Infrastructure Services at Eurobodalla Shire Council. I also have the secondary role of Local Emergency Management Officer, one of two main local emergency management officers at Council, and therefore I am involved with the Local Emergency Management Committee and also with the Eurobodalla Bushfire Risk Management Committee.
Thank you. We'll be coming to the committees in a moment and to planning, but I was wondering, could you please describe in general terms what the Eurobodalla Shire Council area is like? And I'll just bring up a map for you. If I could please have document number RCN stop 900 stop 018 stop 0003.
Yeah, so Eurobodalla Shire Council area is about 300 kilometres south of Sydney, as you can see there, and almost directly straight across from Canberra. That was a beautiful part of the coastline. With that coastline comes obviously hazards and risks associated with the coast, and also our council area is heavily timbered and bushed, with around about 78% of our land in either National Park, Crown Lands or Forest New South Wales. Three main towns of Batemans Bay, Maria and Narooma, with a population of just over 38,000 people. Lots of hamlets and villages and rural hinterland activity and agriculture. And of course our population swells, some say as high as 120,000 people in the peak summer periods.
Now, in the past, your area has experienced natural disasters. Obviously, there were the recent 2019-2020 bushfires, but I also understand that the area can experience flooding as well.
Yeah, so we've got a number of major rivers, in particular the Maria River, Bure River, and also the Churros River. They cause two different types of major flooding. One causes potential flooding of the Maria Township, and the other one tends to be more agricultural in its activities. And we also have the coastal areas and very low-lying land in some of our areas, such as Batemans Bay and Narooma. Consequence of that, there are other hazards that we face, such as coastal inundation, that need to be considered. So those and the coastal storms that we get with East Coast lows obviously can create some considerable challenges for us with natural disasters.
Thank you. Now, just turning now to the impact of the most recent bushfires in 2019-2020, I understand that some of the more significant impacts upon the local government area included their impact upon roads and the closure of roads?
Yeah, so during the bushfire period, we had significant closures of both state highways and local roads. So at about 490 kilometres of local roads inside the bushfire affected areas. So obviously quite significant impact in that space. And obviously the Princess Highway and Kings Highway were also closed at various times during the bushfire, inhibiting access into and out of the Shire and also evacuation. With that fire came particularly very significant number of trees that were fire damaged and either fallen on the road or at risk of falling on roads. Had 18 timber bridges fire affected and or destroyed in this bushfire, and many other components of our road network impacted.
And were there problems with telecommunications within the Shire?
Yes, there were. So telecommunications outages caused significant issues. Some of those obviously resulting from the loss of power, others due to direct damage to towers and telecommunications infrastructure. And with those losses obviously comes considerable challenges in terms of getting the message out to the community about what's actually happening during the response effort.
Right. And were there also problems surrounding fuel?
Yes, there were within our Shire. Obviously, with the loss of power, the ability to extract fuel from service stations became quite challenging. There was a need for our Emergency Operations Centre team and council to work with our own electricians and private electricians, and some of those volunteered their time to actually wire up service stations and to be able to pump fuel from those service stations. During that period, we also secured fuel from fuel carriers, from bus companies, truck companies, out of our own plant and equipment, etc. And that was absolutely essential, providing fuel on a couple of days to actually put fuel into the fire trucks themselves so they could continue fighting those fires.
And I understand at some point in time, quite a significant number of people had to be evacuated from the area.
Yeah, so leading into the New Year's Eve fire, the messaging from the RFS and also from ourselves started to change, and we were encouraging people not to come, and for those people who were still here to consider leaving, and also, if they were going to leave now. And the RFS ran some public meetings and did some work in that space to encourage that activity. With the fire event that hit us on New Year's Eve, which was more a firestorm than a bushfire, obviously very significant impacts, and on the 4th of January we were anticipating, based on the advice from the RFS, that we were going to have a particularly bad day, and it was essential therefore that we evacuated people from the area with great support from our local member Andrew Constance, the Mayor, and obviously the RFS, but we then had to overcome the challenges of no fuel, no power, or telecommunications, and no highway access north, west and south.
And there was unfortunately some loss of life as well.
Yeah, sadly in this fire, New Year's Eve event, we lost 2 people in the western area behind the township of Badalla in the far west area there, and later on in the month of January we also lost another person in the rural areas of our community.
I'd now like to turn to another topic, which is the responsibility of local governments in relation to disaster management plans. And I understand that such plans are drawn up, and they're drawn up by various committees, and the council plays a supporting role to one of those committees. Could I bring up a chart, a diagram, which may assist to explain the structure of such committees? And it's document ESC 502.001.0028. And Mr. Sharp, are you familiar with this diagram?
Yeah, so this diagram here shows the Emergency Management Committee structure in New South Wales. You can see there's a State Emergency Management Committee and a regional one, and we're in the Illawarra South Coast Regional Emergency Management Committee, which is entirely appropriate given the geographic constraints of the area. Sitting underneath that is the Local Emergency Management Committee, and Council performs the role under the CERM Act as the chair of that committee. We provide the administrative support for that. So it's a multi-agency committee, and that committee goes through and assesses the all hazard risks for our community, of which there are 21 identified in our emergency management plan. Obviously, bushfire and fire is a significant component of that. They rate the risk of that based on that. Additional plans are prepared where necessary. So in the case of, for instance, flooding or bushfire, then the combat agency themselves are involved in actually putting together the plans for those activities. So in the case of flooding, SES, in the case of bushfire, RFS.
Thank you. And I understand that there's a separate bushfire risk management committee. Could I please have document number ESC.502.001.0029? And Mr.
Yeah, so this structure.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp.
Mr. Taken. So this structure here shows the Bushfire Coordinating Committee, which is the state committee, coming down through RFS Area Command and to the Eurobadalla Bushfire Risk Management Committee. So again, this is a multi-agency committee. The difference with this committee is that it has those parties that are involved, particularly with larger land holdings. So Forestry New South Wales, National Parks and Wildlife Service, particularly important in our area, but Crown Lands, ourselves, also part of that committee. And you can see the agencies that are listed on that committee. And what that committee does is it assesses the risk given our terrain, geography, and where the assets are, whether they be urban assets or environmental assets, or things such as schools, etc. And from that, they determine strategy to be implemented over the next 5 years to mitigate the risk to those assets and the community.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. And now the next diagram shows the two bodies we've just seen combined in the one diagram, and that's up before you.
Yeah, so this diagram here shows, in the case of bushfire, how the information is fed into the Local Emergency Management Committee. So obviously RFS are a key member of the Local Emergency Management Committee and bring their expertise in the fire space to that committee. And in terms of the Local Emergency Management Committee, we obviously have the chair role there, and in the case of the Bushfire Risk Management Committee, we are one of the agencies on that committee working with the RFS.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Sharp, that there is often a perception that local government or local councils have a greater role than is in fact the case in regards to bushfire planning and response. I'd be grateful if you would outline the council's roles in relation to planning for bushfires.
Sure. Council's role in terms of planning for bushfires is to participate within these committee structures and to bring our information in terms of the land tenure that we actually look after. The council obviously has a body of public reserves, of Crown reserves that are under our care control on land itself. We're there as a land manager in that role, and in terms of our role as a local government service provider, then obviously we have a responsibility to look after that land. For our council, we have a long length of interface with the urban area, our reserves, and so we employ a full-time fire mitigation officer to inspect and to come up with plans that align with the bushfire risk management plan and undertake works accordingly. We also have a role, obviously, in that space of presenting information relating to our land use planning, and we have representation on that committee typically that brings that to the fore. Obviously, in the reverse with our land use planning, then the RFS provide commentary on DAs into our planning area, which is more the expertise of my colleague, Mr. Usher.
Now, I understand that it's the committees that we've referred to that draw up a bushfire risk management plan.
Yep.
And I take it that plan would identify, for example, critical assets or critical infrastructure?
Yes, it does. So it's got a very long list of tables at the back of the plan that show where the key assets are, and it also identifies who will play a role in protecting those key assets. So if it happens to be, for instance, in the urban interface zone, then council has a reserve there, then obviously we have a role to play in terms of the asset protection of those areas. The plan also identifies things such as who will be responsible for overall community education, and identifies that as being the RFS. It will also point to areas where there might be a more detailed plan, such as a village protection plan prepared, and again the RFS will lead that. Typically we will be a support to the RFS when they run their consultation on those activities, so that those elements that are under council's responsibility can be discussed with the community at that same time.
Now, does council undertake any hazard reduction activities prior to the bushfire season? And first, I suppose, in relation to council land?
Yes, we do. So the types of hazard reduction works that we typically would undertake tend to be the smaller scale stuff directly in the interface, so what they call the asset protection zone, which is the zone really to give firefighters the opportunity to actually be and defend property, and also that opportunity to reduce radiant heat directly onto assets. The council undertakes slashing, grooming work, hand work, sometimes the removal of trees if we're trying to disconnect the canopy in that space, and they're the primary works. Council also occasionally has some larger land outside of the asset protection zone called strategic fire advantage zones. And if those require burning activity, then we do rely on the RFS to undertake that work for us. So obviously, Council does not have lots of red fire trucks of its own to undertake that work.
Right. Now, I understand from what you said earlier that almost 80% of the land within the local government area is either national park or state forest.
Yes, it is.
And I take it from what you've said that Council has no role in bushfire mitigation in those areas?
The responsibility for obviously undertaking hazard reduction burning in a national park or within the forestry obviously sits with those agencies and coordinated through their activities with the Rural Fire Service. So those agencies, as land managers, obviously have the prime responsibility in that place. The Bushfire Risk Management Plan is a non-tenure plan, so it looks at what is required in the way of bushfire mitigation works across the tenures and comes up with an overall plan. Obviously, there's some account of where the boundaries are, but really looking at what's needed to provide the best outcomes to mitigate bushfire.
So I understand from your answers that Council has quite a limited role in respect of both planning for bushfires and in respect of response to bushfires, and that the primary role lies with the Rural Fire Service.
Yes, that's correct. Obviously, under the emergency management plan for Eurobodalla, we have the role of working with the local emergency operation controller to establish the processes that will be in place if the Emergency Operations Centre is called into action. And with that comes the responsibility of having to set up the Emergency Operation Centre as well and provide administrative support into that centre to support the local emergency operation controller when those events are going on. In the case of Eurobodalla, our Emergency Operations Centre is quite a makeshift setup in the local Maria RSL hall. It does take several hours to set that up. Literally take boxes full of phones and wires and cables and go and establish an emergency operations centre.
And although the Council has a limited role and the RFS has the lead role, I understand though that the Council actually owns some RFS assets that are used in response activities.
Yeah, so the structure in New South Wales is that the RFS assets are council assets, and that's the way it's been for many years. So that applies to both the fleet and the actual RFS buildings. It is quite an unusual arrangement. So council has those assets, and those assets are depreciated within council's operating statements. The activities to build most of those, by and large, are funded by the RFS, and council makes an annual contribution to that process, just in that regard.
Right. Now, in the, pardon me for one moment, in the lead up to the last bushfires in 2019-2020, and I understand that council undertook a range of tasks, including some fire mitigation works on council managed lands.
Yes, so obviously coming into this summer period, it was very, very dry again through the winter. We're on the back of two extremely dry years before. Had the Bureau of Meteorology present at the New South Wales Water Conference earlier in the year, telling us that it was the driest three-year period on record in New South Wales. So we did start to undertake some activities. We run our fire mitigation works throughout the year, so we endeavour to do obviously the high-risk areas first in that space. But we also started to look at a number of our other activities, looking at our buildings, some of our water infrastructure, some of our bridge infrastructure, and undertaking some works to mitigate risk. And in some cases that was highly successful. In the case of our bridges, unfortunately, our timber bridges, it wasn't.
And in respect of key infrastructure like roads, is there a division of responsibility according to the nature of the road, whether it's a local road or a major arterial road?
Yeah, so the Princess Highway through our shire and extending up to Sydney is obviously looked after by Transport for New South Wales. The Kings Highway running from Batemans Bay to the ACT border is also a Transport for New South Wales asset. In this particular case, first roughly 37 kilometres of that road are maintained by council under contract to Transport for New South Wales. And so when that road first started to be impacted, it was council that was doing the work on that Kings Highway, following the fire and removing the hazardous trees. And then we proposed to the incident management controller that we actually work in front of the fire. In that particular case, it was very challenging because the fire kept eventually crossed the Kings Highway, I think on the 17th of December thereabouts, and worked its way back, and that was making access extremely difficult to get up there. So obviously it was of concern to us, given the very significant impact of losing visitor access and transport access to and from our community.
For that part of the road for which you have responsibility, do you need to seek permission before you can carry out any hazard reduction activities?
Within the council road reserves, we have the ability to undertake works ourselves. So we can do that. We also work with Transport for New South Wales to undertake work on the Kings Highway, and we've certainly done a lot of road safety improvement on the Kings Highway, which has seen very significant reductions in crash rates. The advantage of that work, both on our major network and also on the Kings Highway, subsequent to the fires, was that it made the first responders' task that much safer, and it also made the clean-up of those highway sections much easier to get back on open once the fire had passed and we had the opportunity to start to work on that.
And has there been a review of the emergency plan since the last bushfires?
Not at this stage. I've done a review myself personally, and spoken to our team about preparing for an initial discussion at the next Local Emergency Management Committee meeting. And then subsequent to that, probably at the following meeting, start to actually formalise a review. Obviously, with the risk scores that are in the emergency management plan, we will have to go back and look at some of those. We now have a certain event and some of the impacts have been more significant. And so that part of the plan will need to be reviewed. The other components of the plan that we will be looking to review is to take some of the lessons learnt in terms of telecommunication structures and make sure that they are, I guess, well identified in those plans, both in this plan and also in the risk management plan. So with new structures being built, it'll be important to go back and cross-check and make sure that they are all in the plan. We're also working with some of the agencies involved, like Telstra and Crown Lands, and asking the question about what sort of preparation work they're going to be doing in the future to mitigate the risk of direct fire impact on those telecommunication towers.
And I understand that one of the main power feed lines from the north was not on the plan?
So within the plan at the moment, all of the main electricity substations, so those key assets that are very crucial for the switching of power and distribution of power, are in the plans. The critical thing for our shire is that the two 132 kV lines coming in from the north feed into the shire, and when they're impacted as they were leading up to New Year's Eve due to flashovers and then during the New Year's Eve fire, then power is lost from the fire. So I've suggested that we do include those two lines to highlight the critical nature of those to our community, and that we continue to have further discussions with Essential Energy, Endeavour Energy and the New South Wales Government about how we can make those more resilient.
And now I understand also that the council's water supply was dependent upon one water treatment area, or is that correct?
Yeah, so in this particular event, with the drought, our normal ability to take water out of the Churros River was not available to us. We'd been pumping water back across the Shire from our Northern Water Treatment Plant for some time due to the drought and in underwater restrictions during this period. So when the fire hit, we only had one source of water, which was from the Northern Water Treatment Plant to distribute to the whole of the community. That made it difficult when power was lost because to run a modern water supply system these days, there's a lot of telecommunications activity through our telemetry system, and that gives us the ability to operate what is quite a complex system. So with the loss of power, our crews had to work very long hours back to back, day after day, to manually operate the system, and had to make some absolutely crucial decisions to extract water from a pool of water in the Maria River and pump that to the south to ensure we could keep up an adequate supply in front of firefighting. So Council has taken the initiative to do the design work for a second dam in the south of the Shire, the Eurobella Southern Water Storage proposal, and we've advocated to government, secured state government funding. We are asking the Australian government to back us on that and get that in place. Certainly if that had been in place, our job during this bushfire event would have been much, much easier to deal with.
Right. And is it the case that the anticipated cost of the second water storage is approximately $105 million?
Yes, that's correct.
And so far you've been able to secure approximately $25 million worth of funding?
Yes, that's correct.
So that leaves another $80 million worth to find.
Yeah, so we've asked the federal government to pitch in half of that cost, and Council would then be sharing the remainder of the cost. Part of the reason for that, obviously, is to keep the impact on water pricing for our community to a reasonable level. This is an off-river storage, and it's based on our very detailed integrated water cycle management plan, where we've done an enormous amount of work to come up with this strategy. Proposed a 3,000 megalitre dam with the capability of going to 8,000 megalitres when that's required in the decades to come. And once built, will secure our Shire. It also provides environmental outcomes and also improved outcomes for our farmers in those valleys as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharp. Mr. Sharp, could I just bring up a document, please? It's number ESC.501.001.0046. And do you recognise this document, Mr. Sharp?
Yeah, so that's one of our EAC communications that we were putting out during the period of the fire. So that one's dated Thursday the 9th of January. We were putting these out a couple of times a day. The primary responsibility for communications during the bushfire obviously rests with the RFS, and we're very careful to ensure that there's one source of truth when it comes to the messages around bushfire. But once you get to a fire of this scale, you do find that there are very significant other impacts, and need to be starting to tell people about where evacuation centres are, some of the things around medical, the impacts on water, transport, power and so on. So with the extensive group of people we had in the Emergency Operations Centre, it made sense for us to be doing this additional communications. I'm very lucky to have our communications manager from Council come in and work side by side with us in the EAC, and she did a fantastic job in assisting the community in this space.
Thank you. And I noticed this one has the date of the 9th January at 10 a.m. Were there ones before this date?
Yes, there were. So we started these some weeks earlier. Started doing our own messaging. Our mayor was participating on radio, and we also did some YouTube type clips, I guess, to put on Facebook. Part of that was to inform our community about just what was happening across the Shire and some of the challenges that we were facing as a community. And I guess also to explain to the community things such as, why was the Kings Highway closed and why could we not get visitors to our community who were so dependent on that economically at that peak time for us, which is just so critical for the survival of our businesses here. So all of those things we needed to add to, and as the fire came through, the other issue that was very evident was that we had a very traumatised community. People, even despite being in an area that had been completely burnt, were terrified of another fire coming. So part of the issues that we identified was trying to lay some of the anxiety in those parts of the community that have already been impacted. And very, very fine balance when you've got one part of the community yet to be impacted, could be seriously impacted, and another part that already has been impacted and obviously very traumatised from that experience.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Mr. Sharp, my final question concerns the use of the words safe place. I understand that there was a bit of confusion on the part of some people as to what was a safe place and what was an evacuation centre and the like.
Yeah, so there's a difference between a neighbourhood safer place and an evacuation centre. So the RFS identifies neighbourhood safer places across the community, and they select those as a place really of last resort. And they've got very good information on the RFS website to explain the difference. In a neighbourhood safer place, almost certainly expect that there would be no support at those locations other than perhaps other community members. So the key message from the RFS, which is, if you're going to leave early and only stay if you're physically and mentally able and your property is extremely well prepared, are critically important. So the aim is to not have people go to neighbourhood safer places unless they're absolutely bought out. An evacuation centre, on the other hand, is people leave early, they go to the evacuation centre. They'll be supported through resources provided by the Department of Justice and some of the NGOs, and ideally they're triaged into accommodations that they can be cared for, or in the case of some of the elderly people, potentially into aged care or hospital, where the capacity provides. Obviously for us at the peak time, having tens of thousands of people in our fire when the fire hit, a lot of our accommodation places were quite full, and the ability to triage people through wasn't able to be achieved. And also our evacuation centres handle hundreds of people, and we had tens of thousands of people stranded on beaches, reserves and at those evacuation centres.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharp. Commissioners, I have no further questions for Mr. Sharp. But
thanks a lot, and thank you, Mr. Sharp. We appreciate the evidence that you've given. I'd just like to just build on the last comment you just made, and it's really trying to get an understanding of the risk and managing the risk. And so you've alluded to evidence that we've had leading up to this point about the climate, the weather, the conditions, worst conditions in living memory for fire. Tragically, in Eurobodalla, that was already burning and already affecting the region, with fires burning before Christmas that led to the events later on. So all this is known and factored into your planning earlier on. You've talked a little bit about evacuation routes and the limitations that are there, and I'm assuming they're known limitations that you've got, and I'll get you to comment on this. That's obviously not factored into the management plans that you have. But on top of this, and I'm using this as an example to lead to a point about how council provides advice. There was encouragement for people to do business as usual, Christmas as usual, large influx of people into an area where we already, from what I understand, knew the risks were far higher than normal. And so there's a balance between the economic needs of the businesses, which are fully understood, but the needs to manage the risk, not just to community, but a broader population, many transitory there. is there a risk? Sorry, is there a role for local government in providing advice to state government on the risks that might be about to unfold and what needs to be managed, or does the local government sit there and just have to accept this and manage this as best as they can? And if there is a mechanism for that, what is the mechanism for advising risk to government about maybe that's enough, we can't handle this risk anymore, or we can't manage this? Does that make sense where I'm going with the question?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. Yes, it does, and obviously it's a very fine balancing act, and it unfolds as the event unfolds. In this particular case, the fire in Eurobodalla started north of Nelligan, so north of Bowmans Bay, and it made its way north. But eventually it started to come back and moved along the King's Highway, and there was a lot of work done during that December period to keep it on the northern side of the King's Highway, and the agencies were hopeful that with the right conditions they'd be able to keep it there. The tactics that they employed certainly delayed it crossing the King's Highway, and then unfortunately a fire was started by an individual area, and then they had some other lightning strikes very late in December, the 26th and 27th of December. So the risks up to Christmas were there, but they were in a situation where people were still able to come, they were still able to enjoy the area. The fires weren't going in any major way to the south, and so people were still enjoying the area here. Just in terms of the advice given to, I guess, state government and to the agencies, a very collegiate arrangement in the Emergency Operations Centre, and also working with the incident management team. And as we started to come into that period where we got the second fire in particular, started down at Araluen Valley, it became quite evident that the risk had just gone up dramatically. So we were talking to, obviously through our mayor and to our local member, Andrew Constance, to the RFS about starting to change the messaging. And we received very strong support from our local member and from our mayor as well, and the messaging started to change. Obviously at that stage, the Chambers of Commerce and so on are still keen to have people come. So, and I guess the timing here is it's just such a critical period for us economically as well, this peak time, balancing those two things together. Thankfully, the messaging started to change before New Year's Eve, and it certainly changed post the New Year's Eve fire. And we worked very hard to get tens of thousands of people out of the Shire post that event, with great support from too many people to describe here, but it was just a Herculean effort to evacuate the Shire of those people.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your honesty in answering that. One other question, and again, you're in a position to be able to answer because your local government area experienced it, but noting that you had a series of fires that were running, I was looking at when you set up your recovery mechanism for providing lots of information to the community, which I think was 17 January. Noting the fire, this particular set of fires went through on New Year's Eve, so there's over a 2-week period there where the information flow took time to come up. Can you just talk about the challenges for a local government in managing recovery in one sense for one part of the community, but still responding and fighting fires, and in fact preparing for fires in another part of the community?
Yeah, this was extremely challenging. The event of this scale, progressing its way down through our Shire, having been with us, and we'd lost some houses in the December period north of Nelligan, a small number of houses, and then to lose so many houses and properties on New Year's Eve, and to also lose members of our community was obviously a horrific period. And subsequent to that, the messaging for the rest of the Shire was not good. The RFS advice was indicating that fires on some days were going to burn from the hinterland to the coast in a matter of hours. So we did, obviously, with our communications, start saying to the community, here's some of the things that are happening, and this is what council is doing to allude. And we held a series of meetings across the Shire post the New Year's Eve fire as well, and spoke to the whole of our community at those meetings, and many people came and attended. It was a mentally exhausting day, and part of that was to sort of assist, I guess, the community understand the two things. So going to Bateman's Bay and talking to the community was very different to talking to the people in Maria or Narooma. And it's extremely challenging, I think, under the current arrangements to move from one to the other when you've got so many people that are still involved in the response phase, needing to move into the recovery phase and start to change your thinking to that. Early on the piece with the obviously loss of houses and the impact particularly on people and where they could live, our immediate focus had already turned to providing potable water to people, to get food on their table, to get fodder to their stock, and to start a conversation about how we were going to get these people some housing, and also how we're going to deal with what was obviously going to be a huge issue in terms of managing the waste. So we'd started conversations very early after the fire with people like the EPA and agencies about how we're going to deal with this. It's obviously going to be a massive issue, and we could see very early that eventually for our community having to go back and look at this destruction everywhere was going to be very tough.
Thank you. And before I go to Commissioner Bennett, I just want to acknowledge the fact that yours, like a number of LGAs, the people actually doing all the response and the recovery were actually affected in the community themselves. And so I understand the added stress on the local government and the local council as a part of that as well. So the Commission does appreciate the stress that everyone was under in trying to manage that. So thank you.
Commissioner Bennett. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Sharp. I've just got a few reasonably short questions, actually. With just talking about this management of the King's Highway, you talked about, the fact what you do and when you do it. Who gets to make the decision in preparation for a roadside clearance? In other words, whether trees that look like they might go across the road get taken down, or the vegetation along the side of the road. Do you do that as the council who's managing it, or is that done by Roads New South Wales?
So it depends on the road. Obviously, with the King's Highway, Transport New South Wales have the final say. In this particular case, as the contractor, there's a fair bit of trust in us, and thankfully have a very strong relationship with Transport for New South Wales, and I think a very good reputation as well. So we had our officers actually walking. It actually requires you to walk on foot 5 metres in and about 30 metres in to identify all the trees. It's extremely hazardous work. And so we were doing that all through first part of December, and it was quite evident to me that we had an opportunity to actually work in front of the fire. So I proposed to the incident controller that using our experience to that time, that we go along the King's Highway and identify those trees that were very likely to become fire affected, and remove them in front of the fire. And the full knowledge that would make it easier and safer for first responders, for people evacuating, and ultimately for the people who are going to clean up. Now, once the fire hit on New Year's Eve, the scale of destruction across our networks and across the King's Highway was just massive. So, thankfully, Transport for New South Wales were coming off doing some work further north, and they had multiple crews. And at that stage, I asked that Transport for New South Wales take back over the care of the King's Highway so that we could focus on the other 490 kilometres of fire-impacted road. Considering that we look after 37 k's of road, and we had 490 kilometres roughly inside the bushfire-affected area to deal with ourselves.
I see. No, very understandable. Thank you. In your response, you talk about the source of education in relation to bushfires, and you point out that the council's not resourced, nor does it see education as our role. But you go on to say that you see that there could be common education pieces, and I think you in the context that you think could be available across the country. And you also then raised the issue about the different alert levels used by different agencies and jurisdictions. Do I take it that you see difficulties in there not being common levels of terminology and education across even beyond the particular your local council area?
Look, there's some very good materials on some of the RFS and SES websites and so on to inform the community. But the terminology used in bushfire is different to that's used in floods, for instance. So if you're looking to give the community common messaging, then that's probably an area that needs to be reviewed.
Thank you.
In terms of the education itself, there's a lot of education that goes on. I think in this piece, my observation as a non-fire expert would be that there could be more significant education in the piece around individual property protection. It's quite evident that in our bush setting that there's a limited amount you can do in terms of hazard reduction and effectiveness of that. And it really does come back to what you do on property to a significant extent. And so, that would be an area where more education could be undertaken. Just how do you make your existing property, more resilient?
Thank you. Well, that takes me to another one, because you also say at page ESC.500.001.0018 at about the fourth paragraph, starting in particular, there's three little paragraphs there, and you refer to the fact that you see the objectives. You talk about the environmental and biodiversity conservation considerations, and then that you see the objectives of the relevant legislation and policy related to the protection of biodiversity and management of bushfire are currently in direct conflict. Could you just expand on that a little? Not for too long, just in summary, because I just want to understand exactly what you were getting at there.
Very briefly, more the expertise of my colleague, Mr. Usher, but in terms of the biodiversity legislation, very often to undertake clearing work outside of the permitted activity, then you often, in our setting, need to go and get a study. I think there is this issue, this conflict between preparing your property and having an adequate asset protection zone, for instance, particularly for a building that might not be built to current fire standards versus the protection of the environment. So that's an area that really does need more investigation and research and study to identify the mechanisms to allow that to occur more easily. And if you think about the houses being rebuilt, in our experience, that's certainly going to be an issue as they go through their development application process.
Thank you. And my last question might be somewhat facetious, but there was a discussion about the ownership of RFS assets, if I can call it that, and the fact that they're in the council balance sheet. I guess the thing that went through my mind was that with the recent change in the financial status of the RFS after the donations that were received during the, for the purposes of recovery, and I think recently been the subject of a court application, which you may have followed. I was just wondering if your council was thinking of renegotiating your contribution to the RFS asset ownership and balance sheet questions.
Yeah, well, councils actually pay for RFS. We also pay a contribution to SES and to New South Wales Fire and Rescue.
I know, I was asking if you're going to renegotiate it.
Yeah, it does. Well, we've certainly advocated through this process to see those assets moved to New South Wales Government and to see those services fully funded. A very significant impost on our council when you look at the extent of funding that's required. And if governments are going to look at strategic alignment of functions, then surely the RFS, SES and Fire and Rescue would be fully funded through state government insurance mechanisms rather than putting that impost onto local ratepayers.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your help.
And we appreciate the last part of the answer there. That helped clarify a point that was in the submission. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner McIntosh.
Yeah, just quickly. Thank you, Chair. We heard on the first day of hearings from Risk Frontiers, who talked us through some analysis they had done about the fires on the South Coast, which suggested that 40% of the houses lost were within 1 metre of bushland and a further 20% were within 50 metres of bushland. as you would know, there's the 1050 exemptions for clearing within 50 metres of households. And that to me suggests that there is further work to support householders and encourage them to do further property preparation works. And you mentioned that before. Have you got any ideas, or the council have any ideas about how governments can help support homeowners in order to do that sort of preparation work?
This is a complex area. Already the RFS do an enormous amount of work to encourage people to prepare their property. And they do quite detailed work when they go into smaller areas, prepare community protection plans as well. If you look at areas within our shire, such as Rosedale, such as Lillipilly, etc., they're urban areas that are where houses are completely surrounded by bush, and the people that have bought into those properties buy there because of the setting that they're in. It's a high risk endeavour, and so it's important that they have really good strategies in place, and we would say that improved property protection and preparation is going to be a critical thing. It's going to become more critical going forward, and I think this is a place where governments could certainly work to link the typical environment that you might face with the measures you undertake to actually secure greater property protection for individual dwellings in particular, for people to live in. In the broader landscape and the rural landscape, there should be greater opportunity to provide information and education around the correct landscaping techniques, what you do and don't mulch next to dwellings, and how you prepare your property so that it's best prepared. But you have to look at some of the things that we've seen over the last few months, and certainly Pollara, for instance, where you've got properties in the middle of sheep paddocks that are grazed to almost nothing, still lost.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any 100% foolproof way of protecting houses if you're living anywhere near a fire zone. And so I think this event has taught us. I've got no further questions, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner McIntosh. Thank you, Mr. Sharp. We appreciate you spending the afternoon with us. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
If Mr. Sharp could be released.
He can be released, and we appreciate his evidence this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. And Chair, that concludes today's evidence. If we could adjourn now until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Adjourn till 10 a.m. tomorrow, Canberra time. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.